Well, good evening. I'd like you to welcome everyone here to this evening's public hearing. Please turn off your cell phones or any other electronic devices in order to avoid disruptions. We'd appreciate that. If anyone here is present is wanting to provide testimony, you need to sign up at the sheet in the back so that we have a record of that. Today is Wednesday, the April the 13th. The time is 6 o'clock, the time set for this public hearing. All three commissioners are present. Madam Clerk, are there changes to the agenda?
No, there are not.
There are no changes to the agenda, so we'll open this with I will open the public hearing on application number 202-103-3172 SPR Akazakov Timmerland. Is that correct? Okay. Yes, okay. We will hear from staff, and then we'll hear from testimony from the applicant. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioners, this is a project for a preliminary plat and private road. They are proposing 3 buildable lots and 1 common lot for the private road. The property has split zoning and is within the Southwest Community Residential, the RSW district, and the Estate Residential R1 district. The property is along Columbia Road, just west of 5 Mile. There's an area kind of showing the surrounding area. This is Cloverdale Road over here, and then this is Columbia and 5 Mile Road. So this is a picture so you can kind of see the site with the zoning. The purple is R1. The pinkish towards the south is the RR district, and then the yellow is the RSW. So what they are proposing for their subdivision is the first 2 lots will have 2.5 acres in compliance with the RSW, and the other buildable lot will have 9.32 acres in the R1 district. The private road does contain 1.06 acres. The applicant and owner, these are some of the conditions of approval. They shall submit approval from Boise Fire District. Prior to the final plat, the private road shall be inspected and approved by the county engineer. They will have to go through the Ada County Street Naming Committee to approve the street name, and they must comply with Ada County Highway District requirements. ACHD does sign the final plat. So staff and Planning and Zoning Commission are recommending approval of the preliminary plat and the private road. There were some questions on the water quality. We do have as exhibit 17 is from the county engineer, which talks about the water quality in the area for wells. They are proposing the properties to be on wells. They will have to do some testing, and they will have to have a permit from Idaho Department of Water Resources. They're the jurisdiction that has control over wells. And then Central District Health did submit a written comment. They are going to require test holes, potential groundwater monitoring, and full engineer report for the septic systems. So hopefully we can address all of the issues with the water and the septic. And I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Not at this time.
Any question? All right. All right, well, thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a comment?
At least we can get the pronunciation of your name correct.
What's your
For the
correct
record.
pronunciation?
You can call me Tim.
Okay, Tim.
Timurlan Kazakov, I'm the owner of that property. And
Okay,
like Diana say, we just want to split and build a couple houses for me and my kids. I'm already have a permit for a well from the Idaho Water Resource. And I did talk to the Central Health District about the septic, the same thing, there shouldn't be any problem. Like Diana say, I just have to dig a test hole, they're gonna see the soil and engineer the septic system.
okay. How deep do you think you'll have to go on your well?
Well, we just guesstimate probably about 270, 300.
Let's do-
We already have a well right now in the existing house, it's a 196. The past November was not bad, but the previous November, we already was, I would say end of October. It was a little bit dry, but the house on the city, we use a well for the irrigation.
Well, if you're going down that deep, you should be just fine.
What's that?
If you're going down that deep, 300 feet.
Yes,
you should be-
that's why we
you're-
want to go deeper, that way we don't have any issue in the future.
Because people who have wells down 50 or 60 feet, that's just groundwater. It's not really into the aquifer, and you're going down deep enough to be in the aquifer. All right, any questions of the applicant from the commission?
Yeah, just a comment,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. So you are in a nitrate, what they call a nitrate priority area. And so if you do have high levels, you're finding you have high levels of nitrates, you can go just get a reverse osmosis. They're a couple $100 and put them on your taps for your drinking water. So it's fairly inexpensive, but you might want to, it's up to you to have that water checked once a year. And you can just take it down to the lab. There's a couple of labs in town.
I'm a plumbing contractor, so I will figure it out. with
Good.
the-
Just like to let everybody know that, so
Thank you.
just in your mind, you're checking it, once a year.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to offer testimony on this application? Either for or against? I see no one wanting to offer testimony, therefore, I will close the public hearing on 202-103-172-SPR. What's the pleasure of the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at the findings and facts and conclusions of law contained in the report today, and with the testimony that we heard, I'm satisfied that I'll go ahead and make a move to approve this application, and again, it's 202-103-172-SPR, and that's based again on the conclusions of fact findings today, and I move to approve it.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the recommendations of our staff and to approve this application. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Tim. Okay, next up is application number 202-103-223 VCU, MSP OTD with Kim Allred. We will take a report from staff first, so go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2021-03223B-CU-MSP-OTD is a conditional use and master site plan for an outdoor-only self-service storage facility. Also, a variance to allow for the storage facility to exceed the maximum site coverage of 20% and for the boundary of the facility to be within 100 feet of a residential property line and also a one-time division. The property is located at 5965 North Star Road in the Rural Urban Transition District and consists of approximately 13.7 acres. The surrounding area is agriculture and fallow ground, and the nearest residence to the site is approximately 450 feet to the south. The property is located in Meridian's area of city impact and is approximately 1 mile from the city limits of Meridian as shown on the map. The city of Meridian stated in exhibit number 32 that they don't have any concerns with the proposed use, including the requested variance, as long as it is surface storage only and not units and buildings, and that there is a sunset clause for the use to terminate. It should be noted that the approval for the outdoor-only self-service storage facility is only good for 5 years. The applicant has applied for a one-time division to divide approximately 13.27 acres into a 5-acre parcel, which would be the parcel to the south, which is denoted as parcel number 1, and then a 8.27 acre parcel to the north, which is denoted as parcel 2. With parcel number 1, there's only 193.9 feet of frontage depicted for that parcel. Therefore, as condition, the applicant will need to revise the site plan for the one-time division so that both resultant parcels have at least 250 feet of street frontage onto Star Road. In addition, the applicant has applied for a conditional use and master site plan to operate an outdoor-only self-service storage facility on the 5-acre parcel, which would have been that southern resultant parcel. An outdoor-only self-service storage facility is only for the storage of RVs, boats, and similar items outside in identified spaces. The facility will not allow for the storage of any semi-trucks or heavy equipment, as that use would be for a contractor's yard, and this is only for a self-service, outdoor-only self-service storage facility. The property is in Meridian's impact area, and the future land use map designates the property as medium-density residential, which is primarily intended for single-family homes at densities of 3 to 8 dwelling units per acre. However, as municipal water and sewer water services are not yet extended to the area, the urban densities envisioned within this land use designation are not possible at this time. Given the rural nature of the surrounding area and its lack of urban facilities, the proposed outdoor storage facility is an appropriate use and will help to support the needs of area residents. In addition, the approval of the facility is limited to just 5 years. One of the specific use standards for an outdoor-only self-service storage facility is that the overall maximum site coverage for an outdoor-only storage facility is limited to a maximum site coverage of 20%. Another specific use standard is that no boundary of the facility shall be located within 100 feet of a residential property line, with the exception of the boundary adjacent to a public roadway. The applicant has applied for a variance seeking relief from these two specific use standards. The applicant has stated in their detailed letter that the variance is needed to maximize the 5 acres to allow for the efficient operation of the facility, and also the use of the 5 acres enables the fire department to have the necessary space to turn around within the facility. In order to grant a variance, 3 findings need to be made. The first finding is the variance should not grant a right or special privilege as not otherwise allowed in the base. The second finding is the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site. And the third finding is the variance should not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Staff finds that the variance does not constitute a granting of a special privilege because an outdoor-only storage facility is an allowed use in the rural urban transition district through a conditional use application. In addition, the facility is an interim use until municipal water and sewer are available to the property, and approval of the facility is only good for 5 years. Staff finds that the variance relieves an undue hardship due to characteristics of the site, allowing the outdoor-only self-service storage facility to exceed the 20% site coverage to utilize the entire 5 acres will enable the fire department to have the necessary space to turn around, and the shape of the parcel is narrow and there's not enough room to provide spaces and drive aisles for the facility and still meet the 100 feet from a residential property line. In addition, staff finds that the variance is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. There were no neighbor objections to the project. Other agencies that respond to this application do not express any concerns regarding the approval of the project. And a key condition of approval for this project is that the applicant will need to submit a landscape and screening plan that complies with Article 8-4E of the A County Code. And this will obviously screen the facility, from the roadway. Staff finds that this application complies with the A County Code and recommends approval to the board, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, Mr.
Staff,
Chair.
go ahead.
So I guess, Brent, the first question I have is we have a 20% site coverage, maximum 20%. They're asking for 100%? Is that correct? From
That is
20 to
correct,
100?
yes.
And then you stated they're asking for 100% to cover all of it, but then you're saying that on number 2, the variance relieves an undue hardship due to the characteristics of the site because they don't have enough turnaround area for a fire truck. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Why aren't they asking like for 80% to allow room for fire truck and et cetera?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, so with the self-service storage facility outdoor only, it's the coverage that's referenced in that specific use standard isn't necessarily building coverage or lot coverage as you would typically have. So lot coverage is typically when you have a footprint of a building, on a property. This one really relates to the full use itself. And so with the lot coverage, would cover 100% of the property, but that part of that lot coverage, or that site coverage, also includes the drive aisles and the turnarounds. So the whole facility by itself, counts as 100% of the property.
So what you're saying is normally that 20% is for dwellings that have permanent foundations, and this does not have permanent foundations. This is going to be gravel, right?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kenyon, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah.
What kind of gravel coverage is going to be required on this property?
Mr. Chairman, the drive aisle itself will need to be kind of an all-weather surface, so that would need to be, either a pavement or a gravel that isn't going to generate dust as people drive on it. And then the individual spaces where people would be parking their boats, RVs, would need to be gravelled as well. So basically, the interior of the property would, for the most part, be fully gravelled, and then the exterior of the property, they will need to have a landscaping buffer along the perimeter of the property. And obviously, that would be regular vegetation, so that would be trees, shrubs, grass, etc.
Is that in addition to a fence? Because I understand there's supposed to be a.
Yeah, they would also, that'd be in addition to a fence as well. That is correct.
Would the landscaping be on a berm or just at the ground level?
Mr. Chairman, that would be up to the applicant to determine. So they'll have to submit a landscape plan that is prepared by a licensed landscape architect. And then they will need to submit that plan to staff, and then staff will need to review that plan to make sure that it complies with our requirements in Article 8 in the landscape article, to make sure it meets all those requirements for screening. So it's up to the landscape architect to determine kind of what they're going to plant. With the landscape plan, they basically have to meet a certain point total. So they have to have a certain point total of landscape materials and or fences, and they need to meet that point total. So that could be through a combination of a fence plus trees, grass, turf. Each one of those items has a certain point total, and it's up to the applicant's landscape architect, to design a plan that meets that point total.
That's my understanding that this is for a 5-year proposal, that this variance would apply for 5 years. And is there how do we come up with that 5-year term?
Mr. Chairman, roughly around, I think it's around 8 years ago, a citizen had proposed a zoning ordinance text amendment to allow for this particular use in the RUT district. And so during that public hearing process, they had proposed kind of that to be a 5-year time period. similar to what we have for the contractors' yards. So when this applicant had proposed the zoning ordinance amendment roughly around 8 years ago, the applicant's client was looking to do one of these facilities, and the applicant's client really wanted to get some economic value from their property until the city of, and this was kind of property that was south of Meridian, until the city of Meridian kind of came to that particular property. And so the 5-year plan was, it allows somebody to kind of utilize this land for a little bit of time until either, let's say, a city comes, they can annex into a city and then further redevelop the property as, water and sewer, become available. So I think it was just kind of more of an interim use that, of why we ended up with that 5-year timeframe.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Kenyon.
So along the same lines, we're growing at just an astronomical pace. And so this is a rural-urban transition. So I'm wondering, do we, as staff, looked at what's in the queue for development around this parcel? Because I think that would really determine where this board would stand in terms of possibly looking at up to 5 years with annual reviews or something like that.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Kenny, I did ask Brent Moore, our regional and community planner, kind of what he knew in terms of developments that are occurring within both the city of Star and both the city of Meridian. So there is quite a bit of activity that's occurring kind of north of Shinden Boulevard and east of Star Road. So you can kind of see on this map here, we have the Star City Limits, and that is the kind of Rivermore subdivision, and that's a 252 lot residential subdivision. And then we also have at the corner of Star Road and Shinden Boulevard, I think this would be the northeast corner, there is a development that is going, proposed within the city of Meridian, of Star, which doesn't looks like they maybe are in the process of doing that, because it doesn't look like the city limits has extended that far.
You point to where that is? That's right. So Star and Shinden, it's the north.
Right
yeah,
here.
Right there. Okay. So that's close.
And there is I think that's going to be a 197 lot residential development with one commercial lot. So basically, if you look at the map, basically the area of impact line is going to be basically Shinden Boulevard. So basically north of Shinden Boulevard, that'll be development that'll be going into the City of Star, and then obviously south of Shinden Boulevard will be development that'll be going within the city limits of Meridian. And then with the Meridian developments, pretty much where we see city limits is kind of what is currently active right now with the city of Meridian.
Nothing close in that McMillan Star area.
Nope.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, another question that I have is, this will be primarily for motor homes and motor trailers and boats, RVs like that. Is there any prohibition that would prohibit use of tractor trailers? I mean, trailers that are behind big trucks.
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is. So if somebody was to have that, obviously having tractor trailers with big trucks, that would fall either, depending on what the trucks are being used for, that would fall either under a different use besides the outdoor storage facility. It would either fall under being a contractor's yard, or it'd be like a trucking facility. And so obviously this approval of it being a self-service storage facility would not allow for those vehicles to be stored, because it wouldn't meet the definition for a self-service storage facility.
All right, so we can rest assured that that the limitation for this project will be recreational vehicles, like boats and trailers and RVs.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
So Brent, this is going to be in Meridian's comp plan, not Stars.
That is correct. So this is in Meridian's impact area. So basically, everything north of Shinden Boulevard is basically in Star's impact area, and then south of Shinden would be in Meridian's impact area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board to the staff? Okay, thank you. Does the applicant wish to make a presentation?
Briefly,
Okay. Sure, state your name for the record, and so we'll,
Yes.
and then,
Greg Fernie, address 4549 North Mackenzie Lane here in Boise.
Okay, thank
And
you.
here for the applicant, Kim Allred.
Give them the time limit.
yeah, you have 10 minutes.
Perfect. As the commission has seen, the purpose here is to provide a temporary service that's in great demand, in particular because a lot of neighborhoods that go in have CC&Rs that prohibit the storing of RVs, boats, things of that nature. And so on a more conditional temporary basis, they would be able to use what we're proposing here to store those recreational vehicles. And that would be the sole purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. Certainly, as the commission knows, this area is growing very quickly. We don't 100% know when, for example, under the comprehensive plan of Meridian, services will be there from water, sewer, so on and so forth. But based on prior growth and just what we're projecting, we feel like we're likely going to have about a 10-year time period. I recognize the fact that certainly it's been proposed for 5, and whatever the commission is willing to grant, certainly we are grateful to accept that. We wouldn't be objecting to having a little longer, say 8 years, or if the City of Meridian does bring those services, then certainly at that time we will then switch to a different development use. In looking through the proposed findings of fact, conclusions, and law and order, we don't have any objection to any of the terms there. In terms of what is required, we will make an adjustment to the site plan based upon that and get that certainly to the staff here for the commission and go from there. At this point, I would stand for any questions that commissioners might have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Okay, go ahead.
So are you suggesting that once sewer and water comes into this property along whatever road that would be, that you would then, what would be the plans to continue this type of use? Or how would that make a difference for your business partner or your applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, certainly once that comes into play and there becomes an annexation, certainly at that time, a decision can be made into the future in terms of what would be best use for that particular spot. Again, I don't want to, it's a little bit difficult to project, say, 10 plus years into the future, but certainly whatever the highest and best use is, I'm sure that the owner will be looking to make use of the property in that way.
Thank you.
Okay. You indicated that the code would allow up to 8 years of consideration. Is that correct?
If I gave that impression, then I misspoke. I believe that it is 5. Certainly, at that time, if we have a situation where the growth hasn't reached there, we don't have an annexation, we'll be more than happy to come back and do an extension for an application.
Sure. So of course, 5 years is what's being
Correct.
proposed here.
That is correct.
Would you have any objection if the board were to say we wanted to make it shorter increments in case there's some difficulty with neighbors or with people that view the property as a hazard?
Mr. Chairman, happily, we didn't have any issues with our neighbors. Mr. Allred has owned that property for quite some time, has a very good relationship out there. We didn't have any opposition, and again, I don't anticipate having any type of, opposition and/or objections to what we're doing. In fact, it was more the opposite, where people felt it would be a good use for this particular moment in time, just because it's very difficult to find in the valley places for the recreational vehicles, and people do like that here.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
No?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone from the public would like to offer testimony on this project? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing on application 202-103-223 VCU MSP OTD Kim Allred.
XYZ.
Yeah. So the public hearing is closed. What is the pleasure of the commission?
Well, I'll kick it off. I think that it's fine for now. It fits within the use. It is an rural urban transition district, and we know how quickly we're growing. So what I would be inclined to do if I make a motion to approve this, it's only going to be temporary use up to 5 years, but I would want at least, I think, one review by the board, by the commission. I was thinking initially an annual review, but I think that would be too cumbersome for the owner. So I would suggest that we go with an approval, but based on another board review at year 3.
Well, I could go with that because it would be cumbersome to the commission to have to review it every year.
Yeah. But I just think because we're growing so quickly, that 5 years seems like a long time, but we've seen what's happened in 5 years in this valley, so give us an opportunity to weigh in then. Things need to change.
Okay, do we have any more discussion along that line?
Well, Mr. Chair, yeah, and after 3 years, if it's still appropriate, it can be renewed for another 3 years, or another year. So I think that's appropriate for the,
Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, we would be approving it for up to 5 years, and we would not be looking at changing that at year 3. We would just be altering if we needed more coverage, tree coverage or anything like that needed to happen. But I don't think at year 3 we would be altering that 5-year
Yes.
course.
okay.
And that's correct. Before us is the application for 5 years, and the recommendation of Commissioner Kenyon is that we do a review at year 3. That doesn't change the 5-year approval. That would just give us a chance to do a review.
Yeah, so if there's issues that have arisen because of encroachment or whatever, then we could deal with that.
Modify conditions as needed.
Yeah.
All right.
If you're
Okay.
okay with that, then I'll
All
make the
right, if we have a
motion.
motion?
You bet. I move to approve application number 202103223 V-CU-MSP-OTD based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law contained in the staff report and based on the testimony we heard tonight and staff's testimony. And I'm going to add a condition of approval, and that will be with the 5-year temporary use. We're going to have one additional board commissioner review at year 3.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, I would ask staff, before we proceed, we will need to alter the findings of fact again, or,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think adding that condition will work for us with the existing findings of fact, so we can add that.
we can add that to it right now. Okay,
Okay, so we don't need a table. Okay.
All right.
Motion stands then.
good enough. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett.
Okay, now, we have before us the next item of business, application number 202-102-022A, David Castro. This is an appeal of a decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I notice there's a lot of people that's interested in this, and we want to make sure as many people as we can have as an opportunity to express your opinions. And so the way we will have planned to proceed is we will hear a staff report first, and then we will allow the applicant, and remember, the applicant is opposed to the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so if you speak in favor of the applicant, that means you're opposed to the Planning and Zoning's recommendation. If you are opposed to the applicant's position, that means you support the Planning and Zoning's recommendation. I hope I'm clear on that. All right. So, because it is a little confusing sometimes. And how we have decided to proceed is the applicant will hear a staff report. And after the staff report, the applicant, who is Mr. Castro, will have 10 minutes to present his case. And then the person who made the application to the Planning and Zoning Commission we're going to give them 10 minutes to reply. And then we will take public testimony. So it's 10 minutes and 10 minutes. Public testimony, we're going to limit to 3 minutes. And I want to admonish people, if you speak for 3 minutes, please don't repeat what's already been suggested or what's already been, a testimony has already been given. In other words, if you say the dog's black, you don't need to keep saying the dog's black. We understand that, if that's
Yeah,
good.
Mr. Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to kind of get a lay of the land out here a little bit. So could we get a show of hands, how many people are here to support the appeal? Raise your hand. Okay, all right, that gives us an idea. So what we might want to do is,
Can you ask for who's against?
well, you could kind of tell.
Well,
It's way more.
It's a
for-
big,
so-
it's a big crowd.
Yeah, so that's the crowd we're really talking to if you're
Right.
going to repeat, you know. We don't need to hear it again 30 times, so.
Well, and I guess I might also ask for a show of hands, because I've got a list of a bunch of people here that signed up. How many of you, of the people who actually raised your hands, would like to speak in favor, okay, well, that's a bunch. Okay, that is a bunch, all right.
And then, I don't think you mentioned a 5-minute rebuttal by the.
Yes, and at the close, we will give Mr. Castro a 5-minute, David Castro, a 5-minute rebuttal that he can rebut anything that's been said. Does that sound like a fair approach to everybody here?
Sir, I just have a question. I was emailed by Mr. Letson that I would have 15 minutes to prepare my presentation, and my talk is 15 minutes long. Cut it down to 10 without any time to prepare.
You're Mr. Castro?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Letson, would you like to respond?
The only thing I would say,
Perhaps at this point, I don't think you've really opened up the public hearing, so.
I did open up the public
Yeah,
hearing.
he did.
Yeah.
So let's allow 15 minutes, that's fine, we're all here, and everybody, we want to make sure everybody gets heard.
Well,
We also want to make sure
maybe we
that,
can do a show of hands. How many of you want to hear 15 minutes from both sides? Okay, we can do that, no problem. And I will adjust my clock here, and just so you know, there's 3 little bubbles there. And as the light comes on at the 15-minute time, you'll notice at the 14-minute time, you will be notified, and then I will ask you to wrap it up at the 15-minute time. Is that okay?
it has to be, you make
It has
the
to be.
rules.
We make the rules.
Mr. Chair, when we get to public testimony, do you want to alter pro and con, or are you just going to go down the list?
I didn't see
There's quite a few people out there that,
well, we'll find, well, yeah, we could alter pro and con, but I think we'd run out of the cons pretty quick, the way the crowd looked, right?
I think, Mr. Chair, it's just easy just to
Yeah.
get by how they signed up on the testimony sheet.
Yep, and we can do that, but there's a whole bunch that signed up on email, and then there's a whole bunch that signed up here today. So, okay, we've opened the public hearing, and we'll hear from our staff. Go ahead, Mr. Leon.
all right, thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval of a conditional use and master site plan for a winery and event center located at 5322 North Artemisa Lane. The appellant is David Castro, and the original applicant is 3100 Sellers. A summary of the appellant's argument is as follows, and obviously the appellant can clarify anything that I've misstated here, but after I read these, I'll provide an overview of the project as well. So, in summary, the appellant argues that there's an incompatibility of the use of allowing commercial use in a largely residential area. There's an inconsistency with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan land use map. There's a violation of the private road agreement between associated with the Bella Vista Estate subdivision, which the property is located in. There's impacts of lighting of the operation on surrounding properties. There's lack of a traffic study for the proposed use. There will be adverse impacts on surrounding properties. There's non-compliance with Ada County Code regarding types of events allowed for wineries. There was incomplete information provided to attendees at the required neighborhood meeting. And the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision failed to include requirements for sound walls and hours of operation. Staff, in its findings, did draft some responses to that you can reference as you consider those things. We can certainly dive into those as well if you have questions as to some of staff's draft responses. But that is, again, in summary, the appellant's argument against the Commission's decision. So now an overview of the project. The subject property is a 10.19 acre parcel zoned rural residential and located in the base of the Eagle Foothills, or at the base of the Eagle Foothills. As shown in this visual, the subject property highlighted in red is located outside of the City of Eagle impact area on the north side of Homer Road near the intersection of Park Lane. The appellant's property is highlighted in blue, approximately 1 mile to the northeast. The subject property and surrounding foothill properties are also located within the Eagle Foothills American Viticultural Area, which I can share a map of that here in a second to kind of show you where that is. So due to the property's location, the project was reviewed for conformance with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. As outlined in the memo provided by Community and Regional Planning Planner Stacy Yarrington, the associated land use designated for the property is rural residential. Primary uses for rural residential are single-family homes with secondary uses for farming, agricultural, and other recreational uses. It was found by comp planning as the majority of the property will be used for agricultural production of grapes for making wine, as well as the event center. This constitutes a recreational activity, so that is how staff found this to be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. There are also several goals and policies that outline kind of support for this type of use, both in the focus area for rural residential as well as the economic development section, which again, we can dive into those if you'd like to talk about them specifically, but it is all included in the staff report. I'll show you that AVA real quick so that you can get a sense of how large that is. This is a website available to everyone online. We can include reference to it as an exhibit if that's appropriate for the board. But zooming in on the Idaho area, you'll see this large purple section. So that is the Snake River, Eagle Foothills AVA. Zooming in on kind of the Eagle Boise area, which you'll have to.
Leon, if you just put Eagle AVA in the search bar, I think it might just go right to what we're looking for.
I don't, sure, I can certainly try
Go,
that.
go down, if you scroll down, I think you'll see on the left-hand bar. I think you'll see probably, it should be in there. Keep going, right there, Eagle Foothills, there you go.
So Highway 16 is one of the kind of distinguishing roadways in the area. Here's Homer Road where the property is located. And sorry for the lack of detail here, but here's Artemisa Lane. So this area here is the proposed vineyard, and as mentioned before, is in that AVA area, so.
Can you minimize that so we get and collapse those boxes?
Sure.
Thank you. And then, yeah, if you minimize it, we can get a broader view of where it ends and begins.
Zoom out, is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, right, okay, so, yeah, that's what I want to see. Yep, okay. Because what I'm looking for is, we have a whole list of folks that I've looked through, and I've looked at all their addresses and gone through that, and I just kind of wanted to see if any of these addresses were actually in the AVA area itself. And Beacon Light, it looks like, is the border there, and then, yeah, Eagle Road. Okay, so some of them on Homer, okay. And Valentine, okay.
All
That's
right.
helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll return to my.
How many, do you know when that AVA was established?
Madam Chair, or Chairman, Commissioner Kenyon, I don't. I would venture a guess that either our applicant, the original applicant, or I believe there might be someone from the Idaho Wine Commission here as well that might be able to give
We'll
that.
find that out, okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry, I've got to shut down this website real quick, and WebEx doesn't like trying to close things while you're. Okay. So here is a more close-in picture of the site. Surrounding properties to the north, east, and west are all approximately 10 acres in size. They're also zoned rural residential and are occupied by either residential or agricultural uses. Properties to the south, are on average about 5 acres in size. They are zoned rural-urban transition and occupied by largely residential uses. It is important to note that Homer Road is the dividing line between the area of city impact for Eagle and unincorporated Ada County. So it's kind of logical that we would have those smaller lots and more residential uses south of Homer Road. Let's see, so Homer Road is also a collector roadway as designated by the Highway District. Here's a zoom in of kind of the operation proposed itself. Shown here is the layout of the project, which includes 3,840 square feet existing dwelling and shop for winery operations, a 1,520 square foot deck for wine tastings, and then there's a proposed 8,000 square foot building, of which 1,000 square feet will be used for tastings and events, while the remaining 7,000 square feet will be used for office space and wine production. The remainder of the property will be used to grow grapes. Currently, about 50% of the property is in grapes or vines right now. 50%, yeah. So 2 to 5 employees will typically be on site. 12 employees would be the maximum during certain times in the growing season or for the proposed 2 larger events. Winemaking is proposed 7 days per week from 8 to 8 p.m. Wine tastings would occur. This is according to the detailed letter submitted by the original applicant. Obviously, there were some conditions of approval by P&Z that kind of augmented these hours, but originally it was proposed 12 to 5 p.m. for the tasting room. P&Z did approve 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. by appointment. And then the 2 larger events would be booked from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. A landscaping and screening plan was submitted and approved by staff. Proposed parking, which includes 13 spaces west of the existing dwelling and shop, as well as an overflow parking lot of 23 spaces, exceeds the minimum required by Ada County Code. The Planning and Zoning Commission included a condition requiring an updated master site plan be submitted showing a 50-foot defensible space around all habitable structures and 5-foot gravel shoulders on either side of the proposed driveway, which would be, if we go back to this site, this yellow here indicates where the applicant would put a separate private driveway for the winery operation versus making use of that shared Artemisa Lane. ACHE also wants to approve the final location of that roadway for spacing to other driveway locations. So there have been several comments, obviously, submitted for this project, both prior to the planning and zoning. Yes?
And before we get into that piece, I think I asked earlier, is this have the ag exemption on the property? And does
Yes,
it
Chairman, Madam
say-
Commissioner, it does. And learning about what the exemption allows, basically the amount of a property dedicated to agricultural use can be exempted. There is no minimum requirement for how much of a property is agricultural. So in this case, up to 50% of the property could receive that tax exemption for agricultural uses.
Okay, and there's no income criteria?
I unfortunately didn't get a chance to speak to the assessor today. I spoke to another member of the assessor's office, but they didn't indicate there was, because the original applicant does have that exemption. I'm sure they could explain that process to you more, but that is handled by our assessor's office, and I'm certainly not the expert on that. So, as I mentioned, several comments. Those in favor believe it supports the local economy, preserves kind of the agricultural heritage of the area, promotes growth of the local wine scene, and offers a community amenity. Those opposed are concerned of noise, traffic, overall safety of the area as a result of allowing this use in. And then the potential precedent it sets for commercial uses in the area. So again, that's kind of a general summary. You're going to hear those more specifically today as people provide their testimony.
And before you move on, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you, just briefly for our edification as well as the audience, define the difference between commercial and what we're looking at today?
Well, Chairman, Madam Commissioner, I think that this is technically a commercial venture because, it's not a residential use. So we kind of have, non-residential would be commercial. I mean, it's a business there to make profit and that sort of thing. So I think it is a commercial use, but the rural residential, both the land use designation and the zoning district allow for non-residential uses by either allowed by right or conditional use permit. So this certainly isn't a residential use, if that's the question you want me to answer. It is a commercial venture.
Well, in that regard, it's an agriculturally exempt piece of property, is there any limitations currently on the agricultural use, like animals and so forth?
Yeah, Chairman, we do have a section that regulates animals and things like that. You have to have quite a few on site in order to run into any trouble with Ada County Code. I think it's 300-plus animal units, so we're not, there's no issue there if they wanted to have cows or horses or things like
How about
that.
pigs?
You could have pigs, yeah, that is allowed by our code. Obviously, there's certainly the maintenance of those animals and not negatively impacting your neighbors and things like that always have to be regulated, but you could have.
Because it is zoned agricultural, and it is used as agriculture for assessment purposes, those kind of things could be used currently.
Certainly. Yeah, farming and, animal husbandry, all that is certainly something that is part of what could happen in this zone, and it's just allowed by right. Planning doesn't even get a say, other than if you have too many animals on site, or you put an egg structure in the wrong place, or you're not maintaining your property, that's when we tend to get involved.
What would be deemed as too many animals?
It's that 300 animal unit standard, and an animal unit isn't the same as like 1 cow equals 1 animal unit. It's a very complex section of our code,
Going
actually.
with this.
Well, I'm just curious, because I don't know these things, where I'm
Yeah, on a
asking the
10-acre
question.
parcel, though, you could have a significant number of animals.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Someone
going
chose
back
to
to
do
the
that.
applications,
Go ahead.
not pigs.
Not pigs, that's right.
Could you tell us then how, I know in the application talks about social hall, right, lodge, there's like 3 terms in here, clubhouse.
Yeah,
So how does this fit or not fit in with that code?
yeah, club, lodge, or social hall is what you're referring to. In the rural residential district, that is a conditionally allowed use, so they would have to come to the Planning and Zoning Commission to receive approval for that, but it is allowed within the district, you just have to get approval.
It's defined as what, weddings, receptions, parties?
Yeah, in fact,
what
I
activities
did have
are
a
allowed?
slide at the end with those definitions, but I can
Okay,
share
go
that
ahead.
now.
No,
or-
that's fine. If you want.
But yes, so this is a use that can be applied for through the county, and obviously it's subject to public hearing approval. So some key conditions of approval placed on the project by the P&Z to attempt to mitigate impacts on neighbors. Wineries typically can have 24 promotional events of up to 50 people. The commission restricted that to 22. In exchange for those 2, they allowed 2 larger events that would exceed 50 people, but not more than 110. And I think there is some maybe interest in updating that condition of approval to say 110 people. So no more than 110 people on site. You can do that twice per year, and the applicant has to notify staff or the director prior to holding one of those events. There's also hours of operations limiting wine tastings from 8 to 8 p.m., 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Lighting, there was a lot of conversation about that, so some screening will be required to reduce impacts on the surrounding properties, and that has to be reviewed and approved by the director. All outdoor music and amplified sound systems are prohibited. And the Planning and Zoning Commission asked to review this project on an annual basis, or after 1 year, basically, to see how it's performing. And that would be after the commencement of the use. Again, if there's an interest to update conditions, the board could ask that this be brought before them versus the Planning and Zoning Commission, since you're kind of making the final decision there. But those were conditions that were placed on the project, again, to try to mitigate impacts on the surrounding properties.
Could you show me where the parking is going to be?
Yes. So here is one parking area, kind of in the southeast portion.
How many cars would that fit?
I believe that is 23. Let me double check that number for you. Yeah, 23 spaces in this area here. And then up in this area would be 13. Now there was a request that Artemisa Lane not be used to serve the winery and commercial and traffic associated with that use. So they would have to basically figure out a way to access that parking lot up there west of the home and shop area via, I think, this new drive that they're proposing. Obviously, there's personal vehicles for the dwelling and shop on site that could make use of Artemisa Lane, but there was a lot of discussion about not allowing any of the non-property owner home, person residing in the home using Artemisa Lane. So that was something considered by the P&Z.
So, I mean, it doesn't sound like there's more than, 50 spots, 40 spots?
There are a total of 36.
So if they have an event for 100 people,
Yeah.
where's the parking gonna go?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The parking code for Ada County requires 1 per 200 square feet for the social hall, which included that deck space and the future 1,000 square foot space. So that would require 13 spaces. And then there's another requirement for the winery to have 1 per 2 employees, or a total of 6. So that's only 19 spaces. They're offering 36. It's certainly at the discretion of the board to say more parking should be required. But there's,
Smaller events.
there's certainly, those things can all.
Could you walk us through how did they arrive at the 110 planning and zoning up to 110 people? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner, that was a lengthy deliberation by the Planning and Zoning Commission. There was some discussion with the applicant as well in terms of what they anticipated for those 2 events in terms of actual turnout, and that's kind of how we got to 110. With an event center, there's not typically, you can always impose a max number, but there isn't anything in our code that requires a max number. So that's always at the discretion of either the P&Z or the board to say this is the most people will allow on site.
Leon, the building you have pictured up there, what's the size of that building? And that's already there right now.
Yeah, that is a roughly 3,800 square foot building. The majority of it is shop and storage area, and then there's roughly a 1,000 or 900 square foot dwelling area.
Mr. Chair?
In that building?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and in your slides, are you going to get to how close the neighbors are? Give us an idea, picture.
Yeah, we can certainly look at, here's probably a pretty good example. We have 2 lots within Bella Vista that currently I don't believe have homes on them, and if they do, it's a relatively new building permit. So these are unoccupied. You've got a residence here to the west, and another residence over here to the west on the east side of Bella Vista Lane. And then I believe there's a residence up here. We're all, at least 1,000 feet or more from the property boundary for those.
Okay.
Then it's on the south side of Home Road that you have, again, more of that residential density on the 5-acre lots. And as you can see, there's a home pretty close to Homer Road here, directly across from the site. And yeah, all of these are occupied.
And are those are in Eagle?
They are in unincorporated county, but they're in the area of city impact.
Of impact, okay. And then on the 3 that are in the actual AVA area, of those 3 closest to this site, are those 3 opposed, or?
I do believe, and I'll allow the appellant to help answer that question, or even if these property owners are here. I do believe the other 2 property owners in Bella Vista are opposed. I'm not certain about this property or this property or this property.
We get testimony, we can figure that.
Yeah.
And then can you tell us where the appellant David Castro's home is, and what's the mileage or feet or whatever it is
So
from the site?
here is the site.
Okay.
And here's the appellant's property. As the crow flies, it's about 4,500 feet from,
Is that just short of a mile?
5280 is a mile, so.
Okay, you mentioned that part of the reason for some opposition was a violation of a private road agreement. Which private road is that?
Artemisa Lane is a private road. And so that is one of the reasons why the applicant has been required to create a separate drive off of Homer Road. There is a standard within our code section that says you can't have this off of a private road. To meet that standard, they've had to get ACHD approval for a separate driveway access here at the far eastern corner of the property. But yes, there was concern about, again, either large vehicles making deliveries or things like that, using Artemisa Lane, or if there were folks enjoying the tasting room or attending an event using Artemisa Lane as well. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did ask that be limited to only the property owner and the dwelling, or people who are residing in the dwelling, so.
So then that particular objection was remedied, correct?
Yeah, well, there wasn't a private road agreement found for Artemisa Lane at the original staff report level, but there is a note on the plat that it is a private road, and it is shared between those 3. I believe both the applicant, the original applicant, and the other two property owners, if they were here, they were at the last hearing, can talk about what that agreement looks like for Artemis Lane.
But I thought you said the planning zone, as part of the conditions of approval, they needed to do another access to their.
They do,
property.
yeah. So there will be an access, if you can see my mouse here, Chairman, there will be an access on the, kind of the far eastern edge of the property to serve the parking lots and other winery-related operations.
So they will not be using the Artemisa Lane.
That is what the Planning and Zoning Commission requested, that they not use Artemis Lane.
Are there any other questions of staff from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Leon, so since one of the main concerns is noise, I mean, I'm looking at the proposed future winery, it seems relatively well spaced out amongst the residential houses. Has anyone done any testing, to generate some noise and see how far away you can hear it? And also, if one of our conditions is no amplified sound, and is it correct, all the events have to be indoors?
Chairman, Commissioner Davison, it basically says no amplified music. So I think you could still technically be outside. It would have to be solely acoustic music if you were going to do something like that. But yeah, no amplified or outdoor speaker systems allowed as a part of the P&Z's approval of the project.
Okay, so if that's the case, I mean, has anyone done any testing to see how far that sound would carry?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Davison, no, staff has not tested the sound distance traveling situation out here, but I mean, I'd have to discuss with code enforcement how we might go about doing something like that. I know there was a lot of testimony from the neighborhood about how sound travels out here, and again, you'll probably hear that tonight.
What do you think the main noise is going to be generated from this? Will it be the events, or will it be traffic, or production noises?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Davison, I mean, I think, a 1,500 square foot patio, I'm sure you're going to hear some people out there talking and having a glass of wine. There are only, for promotional events of a larger nature, there are only 22 allowed per year. I wouldn't venture a guess what's going to be louder, producing the grapes or enjoying the grapes, but I think, again, the applicant might be able to share some of that information. I think, from past discussions about wineries and event centers, it does sound like outdoor customers do create noise, and so that would be something that would be going on.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So did I read in here somewhere that the wine tasting was going to be by appointment only?
That was the condition of approval, allowed between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m.
Any other questions from the commission? You have any questions?
I might call Leon back.
Sure. Well, we know how to reach him.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
If Mr. Castro would like to, you're the applicant.
Appellant.
Oh, he's the applicant.
Applicant?
Applicant
He's
who
both.
appealed.
He's
Yeah.
the
He's the-
applicant
well, I've
and
referred to him
the
as the appellant, if that makes it easier. but-
Okay,
yeah.
the
Yes.
appellant then, Mr. Castro. Okay. Could you then state your name for the record and your time starting? Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dave Castro. I live at 2251 Hawksview Lane in Eagle. As the applicant of record, I represent the Friends of Eagle, a nonprofit dedicated to preserving rural Eagle and Ada County, as well as approximately 200 neighbors and residents living in proximity to this proposed winery who have signed the petition contained within our appeal opposing this proposed use. I humbly request that you hear me out with an open perspective and allow me to outline how this proposed permit violates the property rights of surrounding residents and neighbors, not to mention several code sections. Unlike the scripted letter writing campaign orchestrated by the applicant, the signers of this petition are actually residents who stand to be directly impacted by this winery, unlike virtually all of the letter writers voicing support. The letters of support included family members, friends, coworkers, employers, other vintners, and customers who do not live in the area, and some from as far away as California and Colorado. I would urge you to take this into consideration when hearing from your constituents living in the area directly impacted by this proposal, many of whom are here tonight and watching online. May I have photo one?
Is this the correct one? Just to-
Yes. Within those carefully scripted letters, many of which were minimally changed from what was recommended by the solicitor, you no doubt heard about how the applicants have worked well with the neighbors and are good people. Let me give you a few examples to show you this is not the case at all. You will hear from neighbors living within 1,000 feet of this property tonight who were invited to the neighborhood meeting to discuss the proposal and who voiced their concerns. They were assured that the only thing the applicant wanted to do was grow grapes and process a small amount of wine, along with maybe a few tastings here and there. Imagine their surprise when they learned of the conditional use application, which included what amounts to an event center applying for multiple events of 50 to 110 patrons on what amounts to a weekly basis, as well as a new 8,000 square foot building for processing. A building of this size qualifies as a commercial processing facility and does not conform to code restrictions within the rural residential district. This is a residential subdivision. Would you want large events taking place weekly during the summer months or a commercial processing facility next door to you? Dishonest representation of what the applicant had planned violates the purpose of the neighborhood meeting and did not give nearby residents the opportunity to express concerns or disapproval of the true plan. You will also hear from the neighbors and property owners in that subdivision who explicitly asked the property owners and applicant what their plans were for the vineyard when they purchased their lots. They were explicitly told they had no plans other than growing grapes and processing a small amount of wine. Does this sound like working well with the neighbors to you? Ms. Minder acknowledged in correspondence with the county that all of their wine and equipment can fit snugly into their current building, and yet they feel the need to expand and apply for an additional massive building despite their claims to be just a small family-run winemaking business. Again, this does not suggest transparency and honesty. May I have photo 2? Next, I'd like you to draw your attention to the building currently in place on the property and recently constructed. It is the building department's job to ensure that construction on properties within Ada County meet code for construction as well as comply with zoning regulations. I think you'll see from the photo that this building was never designed nor constructed to be used as a single-family residence. Instead, it is a commercial building built by a commercial contractor with a small apartment in it. The property owners have acknowledged that they live within a subdivision within incorporated Eagle City limits and have no intention of residing on the premises in the future. The applicant is a commercial operation with a business address in Garden City whose proprietors live in Boise. They also acknowledge that they have no intention of living on the premises. Ada County Code Sections 82A1 and 82A3 delineate acceptable uses within the RR districts as detached single-family homes on large lots as the principal permitted use. Anyone looking at the building plans for this building can plainly see it was never designed nor constructed to be used as a single-family residence. Construction of the building was performed by Guho Corporation, a commercial building contractor, and a review of the submitted plans shows that the lighting and other construction elements were designed using commercial fixtures. And now, less than a year after completion of the building, which was designed commercial from the outset and somehow approved, they have indicated in their application that they wish to decommission the use of the single-bedroom apartment into a tasting room support area, as indicated in correspondence from Ms. Minder in her master site plan. This clearly was the intention all along, and development services allowed them to circumvent the code requirements in order to accomplish this. In recent correspondence to you dated April 4th, 2022, Ms. Minder suggests they anticipate being able to host less than 2 people for tastings per week, and that even in 5 or more years, they do not anticipate making enough wine to schedule more than 10 people for tastings per week. Not only is this in contrast to a letter addressed to Planning and Zoning on September 15, 2021 by Ms. Minder herself, but if this is the case, then why do they need all the things they have applied for in their application? Either they are dishonest in their letter to you or have misplanned their venture, and likely will be back asking for more in order to help their business survive and prosper. Ms. Minder then states that they have offered small-scale tastings and larger-scale events in the past, and that the smaller-scale tastings have been more successful. Why then would you apply for larger-scale events if the smaller ones are more successful, unless you are being intentionally misleading? I have photo number 3. At the application hearing, concerns were raised regarding the lighting and light pollution resulting from the commercial-grade interior and exterior light fixtures used in the building on site. Some of these concerns were validated and addressed by the committee in the conditions of approval, and while the applicant is not legally bound to to abide by these conditions until the application is finalized, the following 2 photos, can I have 4 and 5? Were taken after that hearing, demonstrating an indifference to the concerns raised. Does this sound like being good neighbors? Next, please allow me to address the planning and zoning process. The Planning and Zoning Department's job is to follow regulation and code, not to assist applicants in exploiting loopholes and walking them through an approval process to circumvent code requirements in order to gain an approval on the commission level. Let me give you several examples. First, I find it a little disconcerting that the draft findings of fact, conclusions of law and order already contains language that assumes this permit will be approved and the appeal denied even before the appeal hearing and testimony tonight is heard. This sounds a lot like an election where the outcome is predetermined and the mechanisms to achieve that predetermined outcome are already in place without allowing for a fair and just process. I have document 1. Next, if you read through the documents in the staff report prepared by Development Services, you will see that the Minders and 3,100 sellers initially did not have any intention of applying for large events. This was suggested and encouraged by one of the planners who offered a way around the code regulation preventing it. In email correspondence with Ms. Minder from Development Services on October 18, 2021, the planner suggests that there is a way to work around the regulation limiting the size of events and thereby allowing events of over 100 attendees. Ms. Minder replied that they do not want or plan to run events at the site and that they were willing to operate without the event waiver, and yet Planning and Zoning continued to encourage them to apply for the waiver and apply for the event center. Is this Development Services' job to encourage applicants to work around existing legislation and apply for things that are not originally desired or included within their application? In the application and initial hearing, the applicant claimed that no road maintenance agreements or recorded documents for the subdivision were on record, and Planning and Zoning failed to confirm this or to investigate. In fact, there is indeed a RMA recorded with the county, and that RMA explicitly states that no agricultural operation shall be or become a nuisance, public or private. And while one might argue that this clause from the Right to Farm Act protects the applicant, I would argue it does not. No one is claiming that the farming and harvesting of grapes is a nuisance. In fact, the neighbors and nearby residents are not opposed to this at all. However, the creation of an event facility to provide retail sales of their product and a production facility to manufacture their product violates the spirit of that legislation. Are you going to start allowing ethanol manufacturing facilities and gas stations on every property growing corn? Or milk processing facilities and grocery stores on every dairy? If not, then how can one justify a wine processing facility that brings in grapes from outside the county and state as supporting local agriculture? This is a commercial processing and retail facility, plain and simple. As mentioned previously, Planning and Zoning has encouraged and assisted the applicants with applying for social hall designation in order to exploit a loophole in the code requirements to allow for large events. Planning staff have claimed that the designation of social hall applies as it constitutes a recreational activity by the applicant. This is not a recreational activity. Recreational activities do not generate commercial revenue, manufacture product for sale, or sell alcohol. These facilities are no more of a social hall than is the Spearmint Rhino in downtown Boise, as both provide entertainment and serve alcohol. It's clear that the recreational use social hall designation was designed for true social halls like Boy Scout clubhouses or meeting lodges. Are we going to start approving and allowing all kinds of non-allowable uses simply by designating them as social halls? By that designation, I should be able to open a bar or restaurant in the district by using the social hall designation. This violates the spirit of the code and exploits it at the expense of nearby neighbors. Additionally, even the report provided to you by Planning and Zoning Department contains many errors and incorrect statements. For example, in the executive summary, the report states that tastings will be from noon to 5 p.m. 7 days a week. And while these tasting hours were suggested by the applicant in correspondence related to her application, this is not what was provided for in the CUP. Hours for tastings were provided from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. To refer to the incorrect hours of operation in the executive summary is misleading. Finally, and most importantly, please allow me to outline how this permit violates several Ada County Code sections. Table 82A1 and Section 82A3 of the code clearly delineate acceptable uses within the RR district as detached, single-family homes on large lots as the primary use, and farming, agriculture, and other recreational uses as secondary uses. This application is not for recreational use. It is a commercial operation, plain and simple, and violates the code section. As pointed out previously, I fail to see how an event center with retail sales of alcohol and entertainment qualifies as recreational any more than a bar, restaurant, or strip club would. And while processing grapes grown on the property could be an acceptable use, shipping in grapes from outside the county and state and potentially leasing space to other vintners for use in processing their wine is no longer recreational. It is commercial. The processing facility of 8,000 square feet that they have applied for is well in excess of what is needed for processing the fruit grown on 3.2 acres on their property. No one with a reasonable business plan would build such a building unless they had other intentions for its use. Section 853-120 of the code specifically states that promotional events are limited to less than 24 small events of less than 50 people per year. The current permit application and workaround loophole has allowed for additional larger events under the guise of a social hall and recreational activity, which it is not. Section 85A-4A of the code states that the applicant shall have the obligation to maintain practices so as not to create a nuisance. A nuisance is, by definition, a course of conduct that interferes with the legal rights of others by causing damage, annoyance, or inconvenience. You've been provided with multiple letters in my appeal packet from experts, including realtors and law enforcement officers, as well as press articles, confirming that this use will most certainly damage surrounding property values and will cause an annoyance due to noise, unsightly parking areas, light pollution, and unwanted traffic and safety dangers. How does this not constitute a nuisance? Section 85B-4E states that a sound wall shall be included in the landscape plan for any parking areas abutting a residential district. This has not been included in the plan. Section 85B-5B states that the proposed use shall not create undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties. How can one possibly claim that this use does not create adverse impacts on the neighboring properties? The multiple letters from realtors experienced in real property sales in this neighborhood all attest to a significant diminution of values of surrounding homes as a result of the planned winery. Do you think all these neighbors and residents would be here tonight taking time out of their busy schedules to oppose this permit if it didn't adversely affect their properties, including financial value, serenity, safety, and quality of life? Can you honestly say that you would want a large winery and event venue with events weekly during the summer next door to your primary residence? The Ada County Comp Plan outlines several goals when considering development. Goal 2.3C of the plan states, provide limited opportunities for commercial uses intended to primarily serve the immediate surrounding area and travelers passing through. This proposed use does none of those things. It is purely a destination point for a retail business and does not benefit the surrounding community in any way. To demonstrate, not a single letter of support provided in the appeal packet, with the exception of the applicants, is from the immediate surrounding area, and approximately 200 residents in proximity to the proposed use have voiced opposition. How is it possible that 200 people within a mile of the facility would oppose a use if there was some benefit to them? Goal 2.5E of the Ada County Comp Plan states that the economic impact of agricultural and land use decisions shall be considered. I'm almost done. You have been provided with multiple letters from realtors addressing the damage to neighboring property values, and we'll hear testimony tonight regarding this as well. Does this not apply to the economic impact to surrounding landowners? If not, who does it apply to? Finally, goal 3.3D states, support the development of agricultural processing businesses provided that they do not adversely affect adjacent uses. Once again, are we blatantly ignoring these proposed goals and providing benefit to commercial operations at the expense of private landowners' property rights? I encourage you to hear the objections of the residents and constituents here tonight, making careful note of those who reside in proximity to the proposed permit in contrast to those supporting it who do not. Happy to entertain any questions or provide clarification.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from the commission?
I don't have any at this time. I'll wait for a rebuttal.
Do you have any questions?
I have a question maybe for legal counsel or maybe staff, but I want to address the issue of the neighborhood meeting requirement. So that requirement in our code, maybe can you walk us through that, and what are the obligations of the person, the applicant who would be putting on the neighborhood meeting? Is there good faith? Is there, maybe just walk us through that.
Yeah, Chairman Commissioner Davison, so the purpose of the neighborhood meeting is to inform neighbors within a certain proximity to the subject property of the applicant's intent to submit to Ada County. Often our hope is that at that meeting, discussion occurs and they refine their proposal if there's concerns from the neighbors, or, they get the go-ahead and they feel very confident submitting to the county. There is no requirement that it be everyone agree. It's kind of the applicant's risk to submit based on what they hear at that meeting. But it is an attempt to provide an overview of the project. And as detailed as it can be, I will tell you that projects do evolve once they are submitted. And to some of Mr. Castro's testimony, it was staff that found in the detailed letter provided that there were these larger events proposed that don't fit within just the straight winery operation, which is why the social event Club Lodge or Social Hall was proposed as an additional use for the P&Z to consider, because that's the only way that you could do those larger events. So that's kind of what happened there. It wasn't, again, staff misleading. It was staff responding to a detailed letter that had something that didn't fit within just the winery operation. So
if what is presented at the neighborhood meeting evolves, if you give people the benefit of the doubt, I guess you could also say, well, what if an applicant deliberately misleads the neighbor? Is there recourse, or is the whole point of trying to be honest at the neighborhood meeting that you prevent 200 people from showing up and testifying against you?
yeah, Chairman Commissioner, I think the recourse is you have a lot of angry people who heard something at the beginning and it's changed. I will say that staff also has to do a radius notice, and it's staff's responsibility to notify the neighborhood of what they see in the application. And so we did that. We included this Club Lodge or Social Hall because that's what we identified in the detailed letter. That is our requirement, and we are certainly more bound to get it to be accurate in that regard than the neighborhood meeting. Again, a lot of neighborhood meetings are by first-time applicants who don't really understand the development process. They've been told they have to do this by staff. They have a pre-application meeting with us. We give them some general guidance, but it's ultimately, they're pitching their idea to their neighbors, and some people are better at that than others, and some people, it sounds like, are better at details than others. But
Mr. Chair, and how many, what is it, 1,000 feet? What's the requirement?
yeah, Chairman Commissioner Kenyon, it was 1,000 feet for this project because it's in the rural residential district.
So would David Castro be within that required?
I don't believe Mr. Castro would be within the 1,000 feet. We also do require a site posting, which is how additional people outside of that radius also become aware of a project, and we also publish in the Idaho Statesman. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I just,
Commissioner, may I just mention that my name is on the appeal application, because we could only put one name on there rather than filing 200 separate appeals. We decided that I would submit it under my name and write the appeal or whatever on behalf of all these 200 people that signed the petition in the appeal. So even
And on
though I
behalf of
don't live
friends.
within 1,000 feet, I was the one orchestrating the appeal of all the neighbors in the vicinity.
Okay.
so you're representing the people that.
Correct.
That submit this. Okay, okay. Well, we understand that. Okay, in that regard then, you mentioned several areas where you felt that the applicant was violating, or the application was violating Ada County Code.
Correct.
You mentioned several of those areas.
Correct.
If those areas were corrected to your satisfaction, would you still oppose the project?
I think, well, I plan to talk about this a little bit in my rebuttal at the end, but the neighbors and residents in this area are not opposed to wine growing or grape growing. They're not opposed to even small family-run winery and processing of grapes and limited tastings. What we're opposed to are these large events that become very noisy. They bring additional traffic, parking problems, and all the issues that go along with that, including DUI, et cetera. And we're also opposed to a commercial wine processing center of 8,000 square feet in a residential subdivision.
Okay, all right. Any other questions while we're,
No, not at this time. not for the appellant.
Okay.
Thank
All right, well, thank you then.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, we now have 15 minutes for the applicant to the planning and zoning. If you could state your name for the record and,
Yes. My name is Haley Minder.
yeah. Okay,
You guys ready?
yeah, state your name and your address and so forth.
Okay. My name's Haley Minder. I reside at 3005 West Barr Street in Boise, Idaho.
Okay, all right.
My husband, Marshall, and I own 3100 Cellars. My parents, Lee and Mary, are also here tonight. They own the property at 5322 North Artemisa Lane in Eagle. Vineyard Finca Basada, which means kissed farm in Spanish. First off, I want to say a brief thank you to Leon Letson and Connor Lindstrom for helping in the application and appeal process for this CU MSP. I've been the primary person compiling information for this application, so I'll know some of the more technical aspects if you have questions about that. But as I said, my husband, my parents, our legal counsel, and I believe our architect are all here tonight in case you have more technical questions. If you could go to the next slide. They should auto roll. When my parents said they wanted to plant a vineyard, I was surprised. And then they explained they wanted to work with Marshall and myself and thought supplying some of our grapes for 3,100 Cellars was a way to be part of that process and that story with us. It made me proud and excited to be able to work with them. Finca Basada has become us as a family, growing a crop together and making an artisan product out of that crop. Each one of us is embedded in this community beyond the wine industry. And in some of these pictures, you'll see other people, including my brother, Marshall's family, friends, colleagues. Even the C of I swim team helped us pound posts one day, where my mom coached the swim team for several years. Our commitment to this community means we want to see all aspects of it thrive and grow, even in this changing landscape. Before purchasing the property, we reached out to the county to see if it was possible to farm grapes. And we also asked if it was possible to have a winery someday. There was a definite yes to agriculture, even back when we bought the parcel. And the answer was yes to a winery as well. We didn't know what kind of process that would be, just that it was possible. And we chose this parcel in particular because it's close to where we all live. We also chose this parcel because of the slope that makes it a great place to grow grapes. And we also chose the parcel because there were no HOAs or CC&Rs. So during the application period, there was some constructive feedback about how to operate within the existing neighborhood in the area. And there was also input at the hearing in January. And there were conditions proposed by planning and zoning and a good conversation during that hearing. And we took all of that insight, we've made changes, our application evolved, as Leon said, and we are trying to be good neighbors and would like to work within the existing neighborhood. And so the next few slides, I'm going to talk about some of the pivots we had. The appeal and several neighbors suggested that we not have any commercial enterprise in the area. And there are many permitted, allowed, and conditional uses that are in the rural-based district. And in Ada County Ordinances, Table 82A, which is the portion that Mr. Castro talked about, you can see what those allowed, conditional, and permitted uses are. Both wineries and social halls are conditionally allowed in the RR district, which is what got us here today, the process that brought us into applying. We also agreed to limiting our hours of operation, and I wanted to make it clear that commercial winery is a federal term. So if you make more than 100 gallons of wine per year, the TTB wants to regulate that, and so you have to have a commercial license. Even if you're not selling that wine, you have to have a commercial winery license. As for the many valid concerns about increased traffic in the rural area, we decided to limit tastings to by appointment. No winery traffic will use Artemisa Lane, which is a private road. There was some confusion about that. There's not, the ordinances around wineries do not allow a private road to be used to access a property. So we, at the time of the January hearing, were not aware of the road agreement, but we have decided we will not use that road for any winery traffic. The noise concerns, planning and zoning has made conditions like you guys were asking about for no outdoor music and no amplified music outdoors. We still must abide by all local ordinances like noise ordinances. The 8 p.m. end time for all of our events that was a condition also helps us make sure we don't butt up against that noise ordinance. And of our own accord, we've already invested in vineyard and winery equipment that is more quiet than much of the industry norms. If I could have the next slide, please, Leon. The event center designation is a concern, and much of the suggestions from the county staff were about the event center designation were to ensure we were properly abiding by ordinances and rules so that if we have people over 50 participants on the property at one time, we're regulated so that everyone is safe. Also, Central District Health has much different requirements at that point. We are fine with the limitation of 2 large events per year. We don't need more than that. But for our wine club pickups, we do anticipate having more than 50 people in an area at one time. For the site buffers that were brought up in the appeal, the county instructed us on what was required for landscaping and site buffers, and we are happy to comply with those. If there are additional ones that we're not aware of, we're happy to work that out as well. For light screening, the issue of our interior shop lights came up at the January hearing. And at that hearing, we agreed to a condition to screen the interior shop lights. And after the hearing, for the time being, we also turned the breaker off to those lights. I'm ready for the next slide. And the next few slides, there are some pictures from the vineyard shop and other things. So this is actually from Homer Road, looking up at the vineyard shop with the interior lights on at night. In the next slide. This should be looking south at our closest by number of feet neighbors. Next slide is looking southeast. You can see another agricultural parcel there. And next slide is looking north at the Keller family's property. And then the next slide is looking west at the Mustian family's property from our shop door. At this point, I'd like to introduce our legal counsel, Andrea Nielsen from White Peterson Law Group, and she'll take a few minutes to present the legal side of our CUMSP.
Okay,
Thank you. Next slide.
thank you. If you could state your name for the record.
Absolutely. Andrea Nielsen, Nielsen. And thank you very much to staff for all your comments. And Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for hearing the application today. Ada County, one of the things that is included in your packet is a letter that's also a planning and legal brief. Sorry, the microphone feedback. There's a planning and legal brief from on my firm's letterhead that goes in detail with some of the history of the planning policies that you have in your comp plan related to the preservation of agriculture. Because these policies didn't arrive in your comp plan for no reason. These policies have been developed over decades because experts have looked at this area and have looked at other areas that have not done a good job in preserving agriculture and asked, how is it that a local government can ensure that its local agricultural community does not disappear as growth becomes increased? And it's during times like these and meetings just like this one where those decisions are hardest to prioritize. But there is a very good reason that all of these policies are included in your hearing or in your comprehensive plan, because agriculture can't be replicated in the same way a residential use can. And agriculture exists where it's where it makes most sense for the different types of crops that a local community is willing to support. And one of the things that is explained in the blueprint for Ada County is that larger scale agricultural facilities, livestock included, are not necessarily going to be as encouraged or appropriate in Ada County. And so smaller specialty agricultural uses are the type of agricultural uses that can be sustained throughout periods of high land use, high land value growth, just like the Treasure Valley has been seeing currently. And if you'll go to the next slide. And so these values that you've placed in your comprehensive plan are absolutely an issue in this application. I'd ask that you also consider what other local governments have done in order to preserve agriculture, because if you look at what the city of Boise has done, there isn't a lot of agriculture left within city limits. But what they've had to do in order to preserve it is use taxpayer funds to acquire places like Spalding Ranch and use historic designations to ensure that the surrounding uses do not negatively impact those agricultural uses. Now, Ada County is in a different position than the city of Boise does. And what it can do is it can look at these policies that are already in your comprehensive plan and use that to guide your decision here today. Because if you support a local business, if you support a local agricultural family and allow themselves to become vibrant and successful, then you're not going to have to use taxpayer funds in the future in order to ensure that these uses continue. And Idaho law is different than the California wineries that were, I guess, mentioned in the planning and zoning testimony. There's a lot of fear that this area is going to become like California. Well, thankfully, there's a lot of difference in Idaho law and Idaho property law when it comes to protecting farming, because it is a public good. And it's a public good not just for the people who live immediately nearby, but it's a public good for the entire county. Next slide, please. As you look at the conditional use findings that were constructed by the Planning and Zoning Commission, it's clear they didn't just rubber stamp this decision. They listened to all of the neighbors that you're going to hear today, and they changed the staff's recommended findings and conditions for approval, and they changed them considerably to specifically tailor to the comments that they received from the neighbors. They noted that traffic is extremely low, but they also made a modification for the amplified music. And while it's certainly annoying sometimes when you hear your neighbors out on their patio talking, having a good time in the evening, that is not a use or a factor of annoyance between neighbors that is special to a conditional use permit for a winery. That happens among residences all over Ada County. So that, yes, is an annoyance that may be a concern, but it's something that code enforcement deals with in residence as well as commercial. And there are further restrictions on the times for events in this for this application. I want to point out that the smaller events were reduced. And these smaller events really are not much larger than a church group or some other type of community organization that might be gathering to meet. And the larger events are only 2 per year. Only 2 per year, which makes a lot of sense when you think about an agricultural business, because you're trying to aim those events at the beginning and the end of the harvest. And while these larger events will bring more cars, there is ample parking on site to be able to handle that parking, as opposed to some of the nearby businesses that are appropriately zoned. If you'll go to the next slide. Red Chair Lavender, that business is a mile away, and the Lavender Festival is well attended, but those cars are parked alongside the road. That is not what this applicant has proposed. Barry's on Ballantine, that's less than 2 miles away. Twin Oak Farms operates Halloween Land 7 days a week, 2 months every year, every single day. That's 4 miles east. Rolling Hills Vineyard, 1.4 miles away. Dude DeWalt, 5 miles away. The Flats 16 restaurants, certainly much more of an impact to surrounding residential. That's only 4 miles away. This is a residence building that is used for the vacation purposes of the family when they need a night off from their family obligations. But it is also an agricultural business in a sense that there's a commercial enterprise. It's agricultural, and it absolutely fits within the surrounding area. I'm going to let Haley conclude her remarks. Thank you.
Yes, if you could wrap it up.
My concluding remarks are that feel free to ask me and my family any questions or clarifications you might have about the application and plan, and that we're grateful that you, our commissioners, want to keep continuity and compromise among neighbors in unincorporated areas as much as possible while balancing those private property rights. The conditions of this CUMSP approval are a testament to our rapidly growing area, and the fact that our farmlands are becoming more residential in nature. I think any good neighbor like ourselves would be happy to have modest restrictions placed upon operations on private property in order to be able to operate, but also remain a good neighbor. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there questions from the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So can you tell me how many, besides yourself, how many other residents are in the AVA, actually in the AVA boundaries?
I don't know how many residences there are. It's a large area. So that map goes from Highway 16 to Highway 55.
Within a mile radius of your property?
It's more. I think it's more than a mile radius. It has to be because.
No, I'm asking how many homes are within a mile radius?
In a mile radius.
Yeah, that are in the AVA, not the ones on the other side of Homer. Those are not in the AVA. I'm interested in how many are in the AVA that are within a mile.
I don't know that number off of the top of my head. I believe we had to send out 12 letters to neighbors within 1,000 feet.
Okay,
So
so at least 12 within 1,000? Okay,
but I'm not sure about a mile, sorry.
that's fine. Okay, and then I noticed that on your original application, you were wanting tastings by appointment, and it was from 12 to 5. And so how did that go then in from planning and zoning coming out with 8 o'clock at night?
I think on that application, that's our planned use is from noon to 5. That's when most tastings take place. But the discussion that we had at the planning and zoning meeting was sometimes you have a reporter that calls and says, hey, I'm flying out in the morning, but I need to come and taste before I write my review, and I can come by at 8:30. And I believe in our original application, there was a table that said tastings could occur from 8 a.m. I don't remember if it was 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. or what it was. And then the planned use was from noon to 5.
Okay, and you're okay with noon to 5? You're okay with appointment only?
Yeah.
And then the pickup events, so the reason that you're looking at the high number.
Pickup place weekend.
Yeah, sure, the reason that you're looking at the high number for the pickup events up to 110, is that 110, is that because you think that many customers are going to show up at once? Why couldn't you limit that to 50 per hour over like a 3 or 4 hour period?
Leon might be able to shed some light on this. The discussions that we had were around some of the definitions that Ada County has for events. So we could limit it to 50 people or less per hour, but yes, would you like to field that?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner Kenyon, our code doesn't state only, 50 per hour is okay to still meet the promotional event requirement. It says up to 50 people, and that's per event. So that an event would be more than 1 hour, I'd assume, probably several hours. But it would cap out at 50 total people that could attend. So it's not 50 people on site at a time. I mean, our code doesn't specify that. So again, that's why we often find wineries that want to do this sort of thing also looking to do the social club lodge or social hall, because they have large releases that could bring, over the course of a day, 100 plus people to a site, and that wouldn't technically fit within the promotional event associated with the winery use.
I believe part of the suggestion was also from Central District Health that having more than 50 people per day on site would constitute an event in their minds, and we would need to be the septic system would need to be upgraded appropriately, or we'd need to use other facilities.
Okay.
What is a wine club pickup?
We have a wine club, and in the spring, we have a release, so we release a new wine to our wine club, and in the fall, we have a release, and during those times, we typically host a pickup party, so people can come and taste the new wine. The last event we didn't have any food, it was just come, taste the new wine, pick up your wine, and head home. But in the past, we've also done, more of a seated pairing style. During COVID, we mostly did curbside pickups. So again, this is where the event definition, even if they're curbside pickups, technically having all those people visiting the property, I think Central District Health wanted to have a way to understand the numbers.
And you've been doing that at your facility in Garden City, correct?
In Garden City, and we also have rented other spaces. Our last pickup party a couple weeks ago occurred at Idaho River Sports.
Okay, so you sometimes use other facilities for your,
Correct. And we apply for all the proper catering permits through the City of Boise, Idaho State Police, City of Eagle, if it is an Eagle.
is there some attraction to having a wine pickup on the property? Because it would seem to me that if you're going to do a wine pickup club, it would be more conducive in a larger commercial area where there's a lot more people, like Garden City or wherever you're doing those.
It's the ambiance of being on property.
Oh, is that what it is?
Being a wine tasting
Different person that enjoys our wine, enjoys
Yeah.
different aspects of it. And I would say most of our wine club members are interested in the process of how we make our wine, and that definitely starts in the vineyard.
Oh, okay. All right, so how much of your grapes that you grow on site do you think how much extra grapes will you need to facilitate the larger facility that you plan on building?
We age a lot of our wines for multiple years, so that's one of the reasons we would like to have more space. We make our wines in a traditional champagne method, so everything is aging in bottle for multiple years. And we do anticipate keeping our vineyard contracts that we have with other Idaho growers. Our story is rooted in Idaho, especially Idaho rivers, so we have no intention of buying grapes from outside the region, outside of Snake River Valley in Idaho, maybe something up from the Lewiston area, but we are committed to Idaho. And right now, it just depends on how fast our vineyard comes into maturity, on how much we'll need to purchase from other vineyards.
Mr. Chair, along those same lines. So what are your production months that you would be bringing trucking wine in? Give us an idea of start to finish, and how many trucks, just bulk, that you're looking at here in terms of?
Right now, we have only received pickup trucks or pickup trucks with a trailer attached for our receiving of grapes. And we have harvested, our longest harvest, I believe, lasted 23 days from the first time we picked our grapes to the last pick. So less than a month, typically from mid-August to somewhere mid-September, maybe end of September.
Okay, so 2 months of production time, okay.
Yes.
What percentage of your facility will be utilized with grapes not grown on your property?
A percentage, I would say, right now, we're not quite half and half because our vineyard hasn't reached maturity yet. We hope to be about half and half of our vineyard and other local vineyards.
And is it common practice for wineries, vintners to grow some of the grapes and then purchase grapes elsewhere?
It can be common practice to purchase grapes and grow grapes. It's also, a good example of that would probably be Coulter's Creek up in North Idaho. I believe they grow a lot of their grapes, but they also contract from other vineyards as well. But there's also many winery examples of purchasing grapes and only making the wine and not growing the grapes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair? Yes. For the pictures we saw, it didn't look like there was enough parking if you had an event for 100 people. Could you address that?
Yeah, so we went ahead and went through what Ada County suggested in terms of numbers and how many parking spaces were required. We exceeded those number of parking spaces. And when we host an event, we have many responsible wine club members that Uber or carpool. We have lots of wine club members that are friends with other club members, and they live in the same neighborhood, so they just all come together.
So how many total parking spots are you going to be installing?
I believe it's 36, is that 23 and 13, 2 of which are ADA.
Okay. And at the neighborhood meeting, do you feel that you accurately represented what the project eventually became?
I do. I know there was some concern over the events, and we talked about the fact that we didn't want to be an event center, that we were being asked to apply for an event license, but we didn't want to. We were hoping that we could have a variance, or I forget the proper terminology for it, for just 2 events for these pickups. So there was some concern that we didn't actually talk about an event center license. So instead, we talked about it as a variance. We also felt like there was some concern at our meeting, but overall, it was a relatively good neighbor meeting where we had some, like I said, some concerns and a couple people that were not happy, but for the most part, it seemed that we had a good reception.
How many neighbors attended your meeting?
We had the sign-in sheet. I don't know if we submitted that but I think there were probably about 15 people. I can get that information if you guys would like it.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Any other questions? No?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I do the rebuttal now? or
No.
individual testimonies
I think we
first?
should do the rebuttal after the
The
testimony.
video, yeah, agreed.
Okay, now it's time for testimony. Anybody that would like, I have a list here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the list in the order that we received it. We received the electronic version first for people who signed up, and I'll read this list, and I would like to have somebody speak in favor and somebody, if there's people here opposed to the appeal, so we get sort of a flavor of both sides. But if we don't get that kind of a thing going, then we'll just keep on going through the number of testimony, okay? And remember, we're limiting the testimony to 3 minutes, and we'd ask that you not repeat things that have already been said ahead of you, so that we can get through this evening, okay? So I'm going to call first Ricky Hyman. And if you could state your name for the record, and then we,
I'm Ricky Hyman. My address is 1021 South Berkeley, Boise, Idaho, 83705.
Okay.
Thank you. I stand here tonight in full support of 3,100 sellers, so I oppose the appellant, if all of that makes sense.
yeah, sure.
While I'm tempted to stand up here and defend the character and the work ethic and the intentions of this family, it occurs to me that the only reason I want to do this is because of the apparent misguided opposition driven by terrible misinformation. I know, and I hope the commissioners, in light of their responsibility and duty, also know that this is truly a matter of what is legal and what is not. After much thought regarding the unfortunate opposition to 3,100 sellers, I believe it is as simple as this. This is a private property rights issue. The individuals who oppose this growth essentially feel as though they have the right to persuade what others do with their own property. Growth is inevitable. We see it all around us right now. In fact, many of the individuals who are opposed to this winery are not originally from the area. They have added to the growth themselves. Now, if we get into the business of remodeling code to attempt to control what others do with their private property, where do we stop? What rights do we begin to remove from those who oppose this winery as to what they can do with their own land? Every single point presented by the appellant has been negated by 3,100 sellers' compliance to Ada County Code and goals for growth in this area. Therefore, please keep in mind, when you look upon a list of signatures and the people in this room who are in opposition of this family business, upon which misinformation was this signature added? The time and intention that has gone into putting into place these codes and these laws by way of giving their undivided support to this local family-owned business. As commissioners, do you hold up? Do you support? Do you acknowledge the individuals who are investing in our community with hard work? Or do you hold them down because a group of individuals want the freedom to do as they wish with their land and control those surrounding them? I have watched the Minder family build this business up from nothing, slowly, deliberately, utilizing local goods, designers, grapes, builders, contractors, donating to local nonprofits, local labor, mostly their own. Now, I want to paint a picture for you. If you actually go out to this land on a weekend, on an evening, you will find this family working the vines by hand, by themselves. And I know that this is what they hope for their children someday, to pass it down. So this is what my family supports. We believe that as a community and as county commissioners, we should rally around local business.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we have, just a minute, I gotta get that. I'm gonna call the next name that's on the list, and if you are in support of of 3,100 sellers, then just raise your hand, we'll get back to you, because I'd like to make this a fair process. And so the next person up should be somebody that supports the applicant, and not 3,100 sellers. Is that fair? Okay, because I don't know, I just have a list, I don't know what you're,
You're going to create a nightmare for yourself.
Well,
I just let
but-
people testify. We can sort it out. Just
well,
run through
I'd
the
still
list.
like to, okay, Brooke Bart.
My name is Bart Brook. I live at 4001 West Homer Road, directly across from the proposed winery. I'm against it. Contrary to the Minder's attorney, we're not opposed to ag at all. People picking grapes by hand, great, love it. What we are opposed to is the sound it generates. Not only can we hear when 3 or 4 people are up there, my wife and I were shocked. You can hear what they're saying, clear up at the house. So there's no sound berms, no sound mitigation at all with this current application. That's one concern. The other concern is traffic along the road. There's several blind gullies and high rises, and people fly along that road over the speed limit as it is. Our driveway is directly across from that proposed driveway. There's no improved shoulders, no improved rural curb and gutter, no improved pedestrian access way along there. Our kids play along there. We have people all up and down that walk it. That's a safety hazard. The other is contrary to the stated half of the land use is grown, only 3.2 acres is. I've mapped it out on Google Earth. That, according to the Wine Growers Association, amounts to about 2,750 bottles production per year, or 860 bottles per acre. $40 a bottle, that's 108,000 gross. She doesn't even know her business model. She's been asked on the last meeting what her business model is. How much wine are you gonna grow? What are you gonna do? Seems to me if you had a good business model, you'd be able to lay it out on a 5-year projection of here's what we're gonna do first year, second year, third year, fourth year, so on. These results are on a bounty year from the Wine Growers Association of the best year of what you can get out of production. If they're gonna do 50-50, okay, so they gross 208,000. That's gross. This is a commercial manufacturing facility. They're not gonna stop at just a few thousand bottles of wine. It's gonna be, you just can't make a living on that. They're gonna go under. She doesn't even know what her business model is. And the lighting is also an issue that needs to be mitigated. There's still been nights where it's been bright, and I don't know what they're gonna do on that. In the neighborhood meeting, my wife and I didn't know anything about a neighborhood meeting. We weren't privy to it, and we're right across the street. And they talk about being good neighbors. They've got a little bird zapper thing that shines lasers all over the place, right across from our next door, my father-in-law's driveway, and it just zaps on it, and the dog bark all night. And, you know, you get 100 people there, it's going to carry. It's going to collectively, that's going to be, there's no sound steady. What's the decibel level when it carries? We can hear Fireside Raceway clear down there when the wind carries it. You can hear them starting off on the drags. And we hear them talking even when there's no wind. When the wind picks up, you can hear what they're saying. Every bit as much as me speaking to you right now, content of the conversation.
Okay.
Lastly, I'd like you to have Dave Castro's testimony. I'd like that to be put into my record as testimony as well, equal, and also my wife's that she's about to present later on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please, let's not do that. This isn't the place for that. We don't need applause. Thank you.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that if you'd hold your applause, because there's obviously two sides here, and you both will be clapping. So let's. And I think we'll go with them just as they're written here, and if we get too many on the same side, then just have to bear with us. The next one is Adrian Hendricks. Hello, Adrian.
My name's Adrian Hendricks, and I live directly south of their property at 4001 Homer Road. My business and my parents live at 4599 Homer Road. You could see in over half of her slide photos, you could see our houses and my horses. That's how close we are. Agriculture is not having events, it's growing things. It's a natural amphitheater, my husband touched on that. Why do they need so many events if they're having things by appointment only? It doesn't seem that they'd need to have events. They've had large events in the past without permits, so I don't know what the problem is with that going forward, except she's trying to make it legal now. My parents attended the neighborhood meeting and were shocked at the changes that have happened now. And she is disrupting my business. I'm a saddle maker, and I have people travel from around the Northwest, and I need horses to be quiet and calm on the weekends. If there's a large party, the horses are going to be really excited by that. My family and parents live right across the street from the winery. Sorry, those were my comments from what I heard. They didn't do the research before building all of this and have broken the laws and codes you've had in place. They are choosing to ask forgiveness instead of permission, and karma has a way of working through that. They've made some poor, uninformed decisions, and now we're left to deal with the consequences, a ruined neighborhood, and a fractured relationship with the people directly across the street. We support growing grapes and making wine. We don't support large events. My dad's talked with Lee, and Lee said they don't want large events. Lee said Haley said they don't want large events. We agree. Who wants to have large events, and why are they pushing to have large events? We can find peace if you just let us resolve this instead of forcing someone else's agenda. Why are you making them get a permit for large events? Why are all these other people here pushing for events? It seems that someone other than the Menders wants to have large events, and that just seems wrong. Can you please protect the Menders and our interests of having a winemaking and very small events and protect us from the outside influence? Can you please limit the permit to just the Menders' ownership of the property? If that property sells, could you please have the permit in there? So the new person can apply and we can understand what their plans are, or to turn the property back into a residence. We are just wanting some security in what could happen to our neighborhood so we can try to repair our relationship with the Menders and the Parsons. I have small children. I want to protect the homes that my parents and I are leaving them. I would ask you to strike the large events permit completely and limit the 55-person to small groups or even non-existent if it's by whatever. The Menders just want people coming by, that's fine. I'm worried that all the other wineries here are looking for an opportunity to showcase their wines and host events at an Eagle address, and that's what we're truly against. And I put the wrong word on my name. I'm you know where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have Lawrence Laraway.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lawrence Laraway. I guess I'm here to speak on sort of a professional opinion as an architect and a general contractor regarding the residential property. But according to city's equal comp plan, the parcel is a rural residential. According to Ada County P&Z, this is a rural residential zone, and according to Ada County's Building Department and Planning and Zoning, this isn't a residential state subdivision. So I just concur with what I've experienced before with being with the county and being in front of commissioners like yourself before, that there seems to be an end around of what was intended and what's really being built up there. Everybody seems to have noted that the residential portion was first and a winery is a secondary use. So is the event center a third use? I'm trying to figure out how that all works. Without a residence, there are commercial standards that need to be applied to in terms of roadways, parking, lighting, drainage, all these things. I don't see anything that's providing any engineering or any time or any development into how this is a commercial facility and not going to be a residential facility. And I really have a problem with it being in a residential estate subdivision without actually getting out of the residential estate subdivision and applying for a proper zone if they want to be a commercial facility. I believe that the parcel and where it's located, the CUP for the events and everything does not fit within the intent of the area in the City of Eagles comp plan, where they specifically state the northern portion of the planning area, which is north of Homer Road, includes connections for seasonal migration for habitat-sensitive species and significant topography. These areas should be managed to preserve and set aside critical areas and designate to protect the area from wildfire. So I see this as disrupting both the wildfire, and creating an increased risk for wildfires and cutting off that access. The prior map shows the BLM is directly north of this property and actually extends down. So what are we doing about the animals and everything that's coming in that is nature out there still? So it's kind of my point. If it was going to go that full direction, I would like to understand why they're not submitting it as a complete commercial facility with paved roads and all the things that go with commercial property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, we could do that. We could rotate them in. And in fact, I'll go back up and we'll take one of the WebExes right now, okay? And that would be Brett Keller.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. You have 3 minutes.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for hearing my testimony tonight. This is Brett Keller. I represent myself and my wife. We own the 10-acre property located at 5325 Artemis Lane, which is immediately to the north of the vineyard, borders the northern edge of the vineyard. My wife and I grew up in Boise Valley. We own property in McCall and have a commercial business in the Nampa area as well. So I'm here tonight to support the appeal. We're not in favor of the expansion plan. We purchased our property 7 years ago before anything was planted or built by 3,800 sellers on the property. We purchased the property with the explicit intention to build a retirement home, which we're in early stages of planning and designing that now. Dave Cash has clearly outlined that the challenges that this represents for a resident like ourselves. We have no issue with the vineyard itself or specialty agriculture, et cetera, that was referenced tonight. We are opposed to large-scale production and the event-based intentions of the property, especially when we all know if you've got 20-plus proposed promotional events taking place, those will all happen in the summer, which means essentially you've got multiple events happening per week. And you can imagine how my neighbors would feel if I were to hold multiple parties a week throughout the summer with multiple individuals coming in. So from that point of view, we're concerned about noise pollution, traffic, horse safety, and alcohol consumption, and really the negative impact this will have on residents immediately next to and in the surrounding area. So with that, I don't have new evidence or data to show. Dave represented our interest here in presenting tonight, but I wanted to let you know our view considering our direct proximity as we look down onto the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now take Diane Fry.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Hello, Diane.
My name is Diane Fry, and my address is 5555 West Homer Road. The road is named after my grandfather. Our family homesteaded out there. My parents currently live at the property just slightly west of the vineyard. I'm strongly in favor of the appeal. I would like to ask all of you to just take a walk in our shoes for just a moment. I live with my family, friends, neighbors, and some of these strangers that have been zoned in a residential, rural living area. We moved here or have lived here for generations because the quiet pastoral feel. Those that moved here paid quite a premium to live in this setting with the convenience of town 15 minutes away. We walk with our family or our dogs, we ride our horses or our bikes. Many of us have sheep, goats, cows, horses, other animals. This is a retreat from the stresses of the world. Non-residents also come to Homer Road to enjoy the scenery and fresh air. We understand that change and growth are inevitable. Avamore is building thousands more residences just to the east of us. Spring Valley is hoping to build thousands of residences to the northwest of us. And the Toll Brothers are building hundreds of homes just to the west of us. What we don't understand or agree with is changing the feel of the last of this rural area, which is meant to provide a relief for everyone. A vineyard is a lovely addition to our neighborhood. The owners living there and growing grapes is exactly what Ada County has zoned this for. Trucks coming to process the grapes seasonally fits right in with tractors and other farm equipment that work the small pieces of farmland there. What does not fit is the alcohol sales and use, the events, retail, and commercial aspect that the CUP provides. This is not recreational. Allowing parties and events to be held in the last quiet area left in these parts destroys the calm we all love. As you know, we already have another request from a flower farm on Haven for similar venue that is tomorrow night at 6. How many other businesses will ask to operate alcohol sales and use, retail and commercial in this small area? Allowing even one venture with this type of activity is a dangerous precedent to set in the future of your rural residential area. Event goers will be driving and apparently parking on dark and hilly roads before and after imbibing alcohol at both of the two current CUP sites. Is that where you would now want to walk with your family, spouse, or pup? It's an open and windy area. Trash from the businesses and their party goers will blow across our fields, lawns. I'll bet the animals love that. I know I will. Sounds bump around and travel extremely in the foothills. The noise from the traffic, music, and large numbers of people will upset the residents, both human and animal.
If you could wrap it up,
Your
Diane.
time's up.
Okay. This is an
Your
important
time's up.
decision.
If you could wrap it
Thank
up.
you for
Taking
your
other
time.
people's time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
Okay. Now we'll take another WebEx. Barbara Cosgriff.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Okay.
My name is Barbara. Oop, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. My husband, Vice Admiral Kevin Cosgriff, and I purchased a small farm at 2641 North Haven Drive in Eagle last year on his birthday, the 28th of June, with a plan to retire in this lovely and peaceful community. And first, on behalf of my husband and me, I would like to publicly thank Dave Castro and the members of the Eagle community who have worked tirelessly to safeguard the character and nature of this beautiful area in a manner that is respectful of private property rights of all. And we support his appeal. The comment letters and petitions submitted by Friends of Eagle regarding 3100 sellers' proposal represent the valid concerns shared by many, including us. And we support, it is indisputable that this proposal violates the spirit and nature of the Ada County Preservation of Public Property Code the Ada County government is charged with protecting. But what I find especially troubling, and what I believe brings us to this place, is that development staff have substituted conclusions for disinterested and complete analysis and a rigorous engagement with the community regarding the proposals. And I would suggest to you that this incomplete staff work has let down the commissioners and the community. Last year, I worked with Columbia County, Oregon regarding 3 CUP applications for a parcel of farmland that has been in my family for decades. They were Oregon pioneers. And Columbia County is very much similar in nature to Eagle. So I'm familiar with CUP considerations and processes. But in Columbia County, the staff worked scrupulously to gather all the facts from all the parties. They were highly engaged, validating those facts and bringing the community together to come to a common assessment. But prior to this, all my CUPs and whoever getting to the commission, planning, or county for approval. My point being that by the time the CUP is presented to the commission, our CUPs next week in Columbia County, all the community concerns have been addressed. There's no division or acrimony in the community. And I would suggest to all that this great staff work was carried out, that this great staff work, kind of staff work, has not been necessarily carried out yet, based on our experience with the flower farm just referenced by the woman who preceded me. And I believe that the citizens of Eagle and Ada County deserve.
Okay,
the
if you could
same-
wrap it up, ma'am.
Thank you. I will do so.
Okay.
Make no mistake, this is a residential rural community, not a commercial community. And I respectfully request that you decide against this 3100 proposal and support the appeal by Dave.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Marshall Minder. Thank you. You could,
Marshall Minder, 3005 West Bar Street, Boise, Idaho.
okay, watch the yellow light. That gives you 1 minute to wrap it up when the yellow light comes on. And please, if you can, limit yourself to, don't repeat things that have already been said.
Excellent. You'll be happy to know I've crossed off half my list already.
All right, good.
Mr. and Madam Commissioners, thank you for having me. I'm co-owner and founder of 3100 Cellars. I was born and raised in West Central Idaho, in Council, Idaho. Over the course of my career, I've been instrumental in several small businesses, either building them up or sustaining them. In short, the pursuit of happiness and the American dream. 3100 Cellars was founded in 2014. Since that time, and without exception, we have acted within the bounds and the guidance of federal, state, county, and city law. 3100 Cellars LLC is a boutique family-owned enterprise, currently manufacturing around 1,000 cases of wine per vintage. Over the course of our last 8 vintages, we've exclusively supported Idaho industry in the Eagle Foothills AVA as well as the Snake River Valley AVA. Sawtooth Vineyards, Bintner Vineyards, and Finca Posada, to name a few. 3100 Cellars cannot be compared to monsters of the industry like Gallo, producing 88 million cases per year, Yellowtail at 11 million cases per year, or even locally with Saint Chapelle at approximately 150,000 cases per year. Any indication of such and to the adverse effects of a winery and vineyard of our size will have on this neighborhood are purely self-serving. The applicants have been villainized and the application has morphed into a calamity to meet the appellant's agenda. My family's dream is to utilize 3100 Cellars conditional use permit to build a sustainable estates-owned vineyard and winery. My wife and I have every intention to keep this land in agriculture with hopes as we can grow and can afford to expand the vineyard to maximize our area, thereby maximizing our viability. Ultimately, commissioners, I would like to afford my children the same opportunities I had as a young man growing up and working on a family farm. Opportunities like hard work, respect, dependability, responsibility, teamwork, and the gauntlet of trades required to help maintain such a venture. Commissioners and staffers, thank you for your time, the opportunity to be here and present testimony to you all.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more WebEx, would be Randall Mustian.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Randall. You have 3 minutes.
I just want to ask if possibly I can add an extra minute. I am the next door neighbor, and I just have a lot to say, and if that's okay, but
Just try not to repeat yourself. Repeat what's been said prior.
what's that? Try not to repeat?
Try not to repeat what's already been said.
Okay, I'll try not to. So in June, my wife and I started looking for properties in Eagle, Idaho, the intention of building our forever home. In late August, we saw a listing for 10 acres. We fell in love with it, and before purchasing it, we did our due diligence as far as looking at what the zoning was. Our concern was the structure next door on the 10 acres, which is the subject property there. But after calling the building department and investigating permits, I found from Leon Lenston, the community planning manager for Ada County, described it as being a single-family dwelling of 880 square feet above ground and an unfinished basement of 2,400 square feet with a 1,440 square foot detached garage and a 1,200 square foot covered porch, patio, or deck area. Nowhere did it mention the commercial wine business or winery. We also met the vendors on the property one time, and they explained they were just putting a storage garage for their 31 Cellars label. They might have occasional tasting with friends, but no commercial facility. We felt comfortable moving forward and investing a large amount of money to purchase the land. During the purchase, you can see in the road agreement at the Bella Vista subdivision, it does say no properties can be a nuisance to the other. Well, winery would certainly be a nuisance. At your early question of wine club pickups, Mrs. Minder has already used the property on Artemisa for that purpose. She did not ask the neighbors, us, if we were okay, but went ahead and did it anyway. If we had known the Minders intended to turn their vineyard and processing facility full-blown winery up to 24 events a year, we'd have second thoughts. As a conditional use permit hearing in January, my wife and I both spoke against the change of use, along with many other people. The vast majority were against it. All of them lived in the immediate vicinity. Those who are most impacted by the plans for the winery were not heard or given a credence. We feel misled by the vendors who asked for a simple building permit and the county who did not uphold the use permit of land. The vendors had an industrial grade gas, water, drainage installed under the building permit in a very large open space suitable for sizable public gatherings, which shows us they had intentions all along to turn into a commercial facility. The lack of transparency came when the neighborhood meeting detailed plans. I understand we were required, okay, so we were supposed to be notified. We were not notified of the meeting. And we're right next door. And we had to hear from the neighbors, and we showed up just to find out, what was going on. We have no issues with the vendors growing grapes or making wine. We also have an issue with living next door to a winery where there's noise, increased traffic, light pollution from the
Could you wrap it up, sir?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, that our realtor also asked them the same question, and they said they were just basically building a garage, and that's and we're just basically, anyway, going to consult an attorney depending on how this all turns out, because you can see that when you asked her how much grapes you had to pull from a different site, you didn't really have the answer to that.
Okay, thank you,
because
sir.
they need a lot. Okay.
Thank you. We have Tamara Earp. Okay, Tamara, if you could not repeat what's been already said, and when the light comes yellow, you'll have 1 minute to wrap it up.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Tamara Earp, and I reside at 4032 North Valentine Lane. I am a resident of the area that will greatly be impacted by this proposed business in our residential area. Unfortunately, there is now another family wanting to open their property up to events several days per week with food trucks and large gatherings. With commercializing our rural residential area, it will no longer be peaceful nor beautiful. There will now be high traffic and evening noise from these venues. Our home sits exactly 40 feet from the narrow rural road. If the road ever expands, we will sit even closer to the high-trafficked road once all these wineries and events pop up all week and weekend long during the beautiful summer evenings. We work hard all day, and we want to come home and enjoy our peaceful evenings on our properties with our own family and friends. We don't want to hear loud music, loud talking, and traffic speeding up and down our rural roads. When my husband decided to retire from active duty with the U.S. Army as a sergeant major, we chose to make the move to Idaho, where he remembers driving through in the 90s and seeing how beautiful the golden rolling hills of Idaho were. We moved here 10 years ago and made Eagle, Idaho, the place we wanted to finally settle down and call home. If you allow one business, then two, many more will come. Unfortunately, we can't choose our neighbors, and we don't want to tell them what they can and can't do on their property. However, when they want to open their property up to large events all week long, I can no longer sit quiet about what they want to do. This is no longer about them and what they want. It now affects many of their neighbors living out here. This is our neighborhood too, not just theirs. Many neighbors have young kids, moms out jogging with their babies and strollers, cyclists who enjoy our less traveled roads, and the sweet lady down the road with her walker waving at passerbys. Where will they play, walk, and jog? You will have taken so much away from those that enjoy what little we have left over, a few neighbors who want to make a profit on their property rather than open a business in town or have a booth at the local markets. That is where their business belongs. Another concern I have is how can those that don't live out here have a say in supporting such events? I can't go into their neighborhoods and make changes to the way they live, and they shouldn't have a voice as to what happens in our neighborhood. They don't live out here and will not be impacted in any way. Please hear those of us that live out there and will be directly impacted by these proposed businesses. As a licensed real estate agent in the area, I can tell you that property values will significantly diminish, and many homeowners if these businesses are approved. I will leave you with this. If you choose not to approve these businesses, everyone goes on with their lives as they are now, and no one loses anything. If you choose to approve them, you are giving the small majority to move forward while ruining so much for many more that enjoy what we have.
Thank you. Keith Hill.
Keith Hill, 8602 High Ridge Lane, Eagle. I am the ghost of Winery Future. I live next to Dude DeWalt Cellars. I'll see you in 60 days. Dude DeWalt Cellars was mentioned just a moment ago in the presentation by Mr. Letson that was leveraged by 3100. Dude DeWalt Cellars started out with 6 parking spaces, no events. Less than 1 year later, they came back and they asked for over 40,000 square feet of building. I appealed. You didn't give me anything except a 125-foot setback. They have 83 parking spaces. They have outdoor amplified music. My property has been ruined. Let me repeat. My property has been ruined. I'll see you in 60 days. Haley Mintner sent a letter in the Dude DeWalt Cellars application for social hall status, which said, I know that the Bookerts of Dude DeWalt Cellars work together well with the neighbors. I called her and asked her to remove the letter. She refused. These wineries work together. There isn't a character test by applicants. The 3 of you will have to use the feeling between your heart and belly button to determine who's telling the truth and who's not. I'm going to tell you, the wineries misrepresent constantly where they're headed. Even if you do nothing tonight and allow this to stand, they'll be back. And there will be a creep to it. I'll see you in 60 days. Oh, agriculture? Everybody's fine with agriculture. Grow grapes. Dude DeWalt Cellars 90% of their wine is produced by purchasing grapes not on their own property.
Sir, we're not talking about Dude Dewalt.
That's where this is headed. That's where 3,100 Cellars is headed. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay. Casey Bickle. Thank you, Casey.
I have a presentation there. I'm Casey Bickle. He's got to put my thing in before my time starts.
Sorry, Commissioners, one second.
Can you reset the clock?
Okay, I'll reset it for you.
Thank you.
Still waiting for it to show up, sorry.
When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 1 minute.
Don't repeat.
And don't repeat things that have been said previously, please.
Play the wrap it up music. Don't repeat.
Yes.
I scratched a bunch of stuff off too.
Thank you.
1 second.
Okay.
Almost there. Okay.
All right.
Okay, you can just go ahead and just hit a couple of those. My name is Casey Bickle. I live at 2201 West Homer Road. I'm just a little bit less than a mile from this property, and I would like to say that I am not opposed to them having a vineyard or a winery at their house. And there's been a lot of talk about Rolling Hills, Red Chair Lavender. Those people live at their properties. These people don't. They've said that they don't live at the property. They don't have any intention of living at their property. And the fact is had they asked for a rezone prior to building this property, they would have been denied. We all know they would have been denied. That's why they didn't ask for the property rezone, and that's why we're here tonight. What they're doing is they're playing fast and loose with the zoning rules. They decided that it was going to be better for them to go ahead, do it, and then ask for forgiveness later. And like I said, nobody on our street, nobody is opposed to them living at the house, producing wine, and having some small events. That's what Rolling Hills does, but that's not what they're doing. Also, I want you to see as you look through these pictures here, this is what Homer Road looks like, and I don't know if anybody understands how rural it is out there. It's a very narrow road. It basically dead ends on both ends, and there's really not any room for parking. And yes, you can hear the speedway. I can hear Goodwood when they have parties. It goes all the way down to my house. I also was out in my driveway last night or the night before, and they had their lights on, and I can see the cellar lights from my house. So, in closing, I would just like to say, as residents of rural Ada County, we count on zoning laws to protect our property, our investment in our properties, and we pay property taxes to ensure that our zoning is protected. We also count on county commissioners to uphold the laws and protect us from large-scale commercial development like 3,100 Cellars is proposing. And I urge you to protect and uphold our zoning. Please follow with the wishes of the majority in this matter, not the minority.
Thank you. Okay. Justin Pfeffer. Hello, Justin.
Hello, good evening, honorable commissioners. I live at 5150 North Soaring Lane, so I'm north of Homer Road. I probably about 5,000 feet from where the proposed winery would be. I just want to make a few points. First, there seems to be an awful lot of like what I'll call vouching, where people are like, oh, the Minders are such nice people. They have this great intention. They really want to be small, and they have this plan. Okay, that's fine. But as you know, when the conditional use permit is granted, ownership can change hands, things can change. So I urge the commission not to rely upon the good intentions of the applicant for the conditional use permit, and instead to be very hard-headed about what could happen if someone with not so good intentions were to get a hold of this conditional use permit. That's a very important point. I also want to point out is something that Chris Laraway, the architect, made a very good point, and I want to emphasize it, and that is that when this building was built, which is a commercial building with a commercial contractor, you've heard all that before, commercial fixtures and so on and so forth, there was an apartment included. But now they're planning on decommissioning the apartment. So what is rural residential, and now we have a commercial building with no one living there. It's strictly a commercial operation. That is totally out of character and inappropriate for our wonderful neighborhood. And there's another point to being rural residential with a person who actually lives on the property, because then they have a stake in being good neighbors, because they have to live with their neighbors and so on. When you have a situation like what's happening here, where you'll have no resident at the location, there's no incentive to get along with the neighbors. And that's kind of what we're already seeing playing out, okay? We're already seeing that playing out in the way things are going. So I urge you to consider the conditional use permit beyond the scope of just their good intentions, instead to look very carefully at what is exactly in the actual document. And let me just point out, for example, I did not see in reviewing the document a condition requiring that tastings be by appointment only. I did not see that. The condition just has the hours of operation as being from 8 to 8. I've been to wine tasting in many different venues. I've never seen wine tastings at 8 p.m., okay? So even the applicant, when they initially applied for the conditional use permit, they said 12 to 5. So what's going on? Why does the scope of this project keep evolving and expanding? It's something that's very concerning to me. I think it should be concerning to you as well, and I would urge you to grant the appeal. I would deny the conditional use permit altogether, or issue severely restrictive conditions to prevent abuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Cheney. Hello, Linda.
Hello.
You know the restrictions.
I do. My name's Linda Cheney, and I live at 3355 West Homer Road. And I was one of the neighbors that attended the neighborhood meeting. And I want you to know that my husband and I feel lied to by these folks that are trying to do this winery. First of all, let us understand that this isn't the Idaho that we know and love anymore. You know, all of this growth coming in, and we get it. Growth is inevitable. We can't do anything about it. But dang it, we have gatekeepers, people at building departments and permitting departments that should have never,
you don't need,
ever.
You don't need to yell. We can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm a little emotional and I'm a little upset because this is affecting my way of life.
I know.
Okay?
I know, but you don't need to yell.
And you guys are acting like you're just annoyed with those of us that are coming up here and trying to tell you how we feel about this. We were lied to at that meeting. They told us they would never be serving food. There wouldn't be any noise or any music or any of those things. At the planning and zoning meeting that we attend, all of a sudden, we're going to have catering events, we're going to have food trucks. And when the planning and zoning folks asked them, well, why do you have to have food trucks? Well, that's how the caterers do it these days. That's the way they cater food, is they do the food trucks. This is going to turn into a way bigger event, a way bigger situation than any of us can comprehend. I toured their facility. I toured the building. It is a commercial building. The residential kitchen is right off the huge deck, and it is plumbed for a commercial kitchen. They are going to have a restaurant there at some point. There's no doubt in my mind. This is going to continue to grow and become bigger and bigger and bigger. And we don't want it. We're just a little rural community, and we've been there since 1980, over 40 years. We just wanted to have a little family farm, live off the land. We had this dream. My mom and dad want to die in that house, and my dad just did. And dang it, we have a right to have our way of life too. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to assure you that nobody on this panel is annoyed. We want everybody to be heard, and we want everyone to be respectful. So, thank you. Sheila Brinton. Thank you.
Okay, I am Sheila Brinton. I am the mother of Linda Cheney.
Okay.
Yes, we have lived at 3355 Homer for over 40 years. I want to, so many things have already been brought up. My first worry was parking. And the reason for parking, because if we're going to have some large activities there, there's not sufficient parking. And Homer Road is not a road, it's a small two-lane road, not even center striping on it. The sides of Homer Road are deteriorating from the water runoff. It's not a good road. When I moved there, Homer Road was a dirt washboard, bumpity, bumpity, bumpity. And Ada County came in and kind of smoothed out the dirt and put down 2 inches of blacktop. And they call that a road. It is not sufficient for heavy trucks. It is not wide enough to park cars on. And with 36 parking spaces, I know they're going to want to park cars on Homer Road. That's one of my first things that I wanted to say. Another one was noise. I can hear neighbors from up on the hill or all around. Anytime, if somebody's yelling at his wife, I can hear it. It's just, the sound really carries. They're up on the hill, and we are down below, and trust me, the sound travels. But one of the main things I'm worried about in the sound is the big trucks with their backup alarms, beep, 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 beep. And they're going at 5:30 in the morning to make a delivery of grapes, or they're picking up trash. I don't care what it is, it's the big alarms, beep, 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 beep at all hours, and should not ever be allowed before 8 a.m. Never. Okay, one more quick thing is the lighting. I'm sorry, but the lighting is too much. Exterior lighting should be off at 10 p.m., end of story. The LDS Mormon Church up on the commercial, Chinden and Linder, has to turn off their lights at night at 10 a.m. And here we are, a little rural residential area. We should not have those big bright lights after 10 p.m. I'm sorry. I know you guys want that. It will improve your tax base if you have the winery there, but it's sure not going to be help for the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could I ask you a question before you sit down? Did you say you're hearing the backup alarms now, or you're worried that you will hear them in the future?
I'm not hearing them now. I have not heard them. I did hear them when they were building the building, but I have not heard them lately. But I'm concerned with food trucks and delivery trucks and all kinds of equipment. I don't know what all it's going to take, but I do know those backup alarms are very annoying. And my daughter lived next door to another subdivision being put in by her. And 5:30 in the morning, they were out there with their trucks, beep, beep, beep. So she says, Mom, do you realize what's going to happen? So that's why I said that.
Okay, thank you. We have Dennis Stevens. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for giving me my 3 minutes of fame and whatever it turns out to be, but I appreciate the time. I'll make it brief. Wasn't going to make anything about care. I really appreciate the people that are here. I'm for the vineyard and for the Menders. I appreciate the people that are from the neighborhood that speak up. I do not live in their neighborhood, so I appreciate their points. I've been on their side of that, and I understand their concern. In fact, I'm glad that we have neighbors like this in the community that stand up and for the impacts to the community, and they care about the neighbors and the other folks in it. It just so happens that those are the exact same things that the Menders care about. And they're trying to bring a business into the community, and I think when you look at what they're trying to do and what they've said, I wasn't going to make this about character but a lot of people here have. I will vouch for their character. I think they're wonderful young people trying to do the right thing and bring a good endeavor to the community. Surely a compromise can be reached. If not, I have been to the vineyard. I don't endorse people I don't know, and I don't endorse activities I haven't seen. I've seen their winery in action in downtown Boise. I've actually helped them smash grapes. It's a beautiful setting. I think you should go out and see it. I understand why the people that live there do, and I think that winery complements that area very well. Change is coming to Idaho. It's terrible. If you love the rural, but it's coming to every single neighborhood that we all live in. We're all going to have to endure it. That's just a fact. If not this business, then what business? If not these good people, then what good people? I think a compromise can be met.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amy Welch.
Yeah,
Hello, Amy.
We still have people on WebEx, so after this one, let's go back to WebEx.
I've only got 3 on the list here.
Chairman Kenya, I think we have all of the WebEx.
We do?
folks taken
Yeah,
care of.
we've used, yeah, we've done them all.
I thought you said we had more up there.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption. So go ahead. You know what we've discussed.
I do indeed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for hosting the meeting, first of all, at 6 PM at night versus during the day when everyone's working. That's very much appreciated.
Can you state your name for the record?
My apologies. Amy Welch. I live at 2807 West Homer Road in Eagle. So many comments have already been made. Dave Castro did a great job representing the community at large and all of the people who have spoken. So I will just briefly say, as Ada County residents, we are excluded from Eagle City voting. So we don't have a voice regarding the master plan, voting for, against candidates, individuals who are not only approving, but planning and driving the decisions being made. We are represented by Ada County. And as Ada County residents, we faithfully pay our taxes to the city of Eagle by way of Ada County. And so my question is, where is our representation surrounding the master plan and changes to the rules and the regulations and the laws in place when all these properties were purchased? Where's our representation as we oppose the 3,100 sellers cup tonight? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Earl Sullivan.
I signed up online, but I also signed up in the back, so I may be double booked.
Well.
But I only want to
We'll
speak
unbook
once.
you if we see you come up on the back room.
My name's Earl Sullivan. I live at 5514 West School Ridge Road in unincorporated Ada County. I am the owner and head winemaker for Talaya, which is where 3,100 Cellars has been doing their production since the inception. I am also a 2-time governor-appointed wine commissioner to the Idaho Wine and Grape Growers Commission, and can answer questions about the wine industry and winemaking, because I think there is a lack of facts and understanding around what a winery is and what it takes to run a small boutique winery. We are considered a small winery at 5,000 cases. You have already heard that 3,100 Cellars is about 1,000 cases, and so I can give kind of some context to that. But more importantly, the grape industry is the fastest growing ag industry in the state of Idaho. It brings over $200 million in economic impact to the state of Idaho, and it's one of the more responsible ways for the preservation of agriculture. To invest in a vineyard, it takes $20,000 to $25,000 an acre in infrastructure and time and labor to get that vineyard up to speed. It's 3 years from the time you plant your vineyard to the first fruit, and it's about 5 years to the time you have your first viable fruit. So it's not a fly-by-night investment and or something that easily changes. So it's a long-term way to preserve agriculture. I have worked with Haley, Marshall, and the Parsons family over the last 7.5 years, and I will stand by anything that happens to say that they have great character. I do believe that they have good intentions. I've watched the development of Haley's business as she has grown in our facility, and I know that businesses change and they develop and evolve, I know what their intention is, and I think it's a proper fit for the use of the agriculture in that area. If you want answers to your quick questions, the Eagle Foothills AVA is 49,815 acres, of which 90 acres are currently planted. The AVA was approved in 2015, and the Snake River Valley AVA was approved in 2007.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Parsons. Hello, Mary.
Hello, my name's Mary Parsons. I live at 590 West Two Rivers Drive. I own the property. I really have nothing else to say other than growing grapes is a great fit for this area. And I'm listening to everybody talk about their individual property rights. And not only am I wanting to grow grapes, I want to grow community. And I think that that's what the flower people want to do. It's gatherings and the wine business is not a noisy business. You want to bring in the grapes quickly, get them into tank, and it's a quiet business for the most part. And I think that things have been misinformed. But thank you. I really have nothing else to say because lots has been covered tonight. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have Lee Parsons.
Lee Parsons, 590 West Two Rivers Drive in Eagle. Commissioners, our family's one of rule followers, so we appreciate the process you've established, and we're glad to have this opportunity to discuss this in a civil manner. We heard from the appellant regarding honesty, and I won't dare to characterize his testimony as he is characterizing our families. His testimony is not dishonest, it is just exaggerated and based on anxious misunderstandings. Most of the concerns that have been raised by the neighbors and other people have been addressed by the restrictions placed on the CUP. And I think that the misunderstandings arise from the matter of scale, which you just heard from Marshall Minder as far as the number of cases, and from Earl Sullivan and Mary. For instance, the number of trucks brought in. Last year, it was 5 loads in a pickup truck. No semi-trucks that bring in grapes. This is not a huge wine production. We agree to abide by the Commissioner's limitations on our CUP and understand that most of the concerns have already been addressed, and we're unaware of other wineries being similarly restricted, but to get along with our neighbors, we agree to these limitations. One separate thing I'd like to address is that the Central District Health requires us to decommission the living space, which we use on a weekly basis, my wife and I, when we get a night's break from our family. And they require we decommission it when the tasting room is approved temporarily until the new building is built. And then the tasting room can be there and we can recommission, I guess, the living space. Finally, growing grapes is not a sustainable small-scale business, as has been pointed out by the opponents, but unless the grapes are transformed into wine and then sold as this value-added product. We built our barn in an area zoned for rural residential and 200 yards from the nearest dwelling. If this is an ideal site for a winery, then it may be there's no place for wineries in our county. We look forward to your ruling, and we're hopeful that you'll support the honest and diligent work of your staff members and the Planning and Zoning Committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Moreno.
Well done.
Okay.
Nailed it. Good evening, my name is Michael Farino. I live at 6730 North Conager Lane, which is in the Eagle Foothills, just east of the Homer Road corridor. I support Dave Castro's application for appeal to this CUP. I've heard a lot of people argue for viticulture. It's not about viticulture. I've heard a lot of people talk about property rights. I do believe it is a property rights issue. I'd like to read from Ada Code, Section 819, Preservation of Private Property Rights, Section A. This title shall be interpreted to equally protect citizens from the undue encroachment of their private property by their neighbors' use of their private property, and equally protect each citizen's right to use of their property without creating undue burden upon their neighbors. I don't believe that this CUP does that. I don't think it protects the neighbors in the direct vicinity of this facility. And I think it changes the character of the Homer Road corridor of the Eagle Foothills that is constantly under attack by enterprises to not make it a rural residential area. It's the last place left. It truly is. I'll be back tomorrow night on the Blue Sky Farm issue as well. Grow your flowers, grow your vines. God bless you. It's hard work. I wish you well. I don't want your food trucks. I don't want your parking issues. I don't want your intoxicated drivers, potentially. This is not why we live where we live. I feel awful for people who've been there 40 years, like that other woman who testified. It's heartbreaking. The rest of us, we got soaked. We spent a lot of money to live where we live because we don't want to be down in the city. We don't want to have to put up with a restaurant and entertainment district. I have no ill will against this family doing what they want to do. I think it's an honorable profession. As I say, good luck. We don't want an event center, social hall, whatever you call it. And frankly, I'm perplexed as to how this structure got approved in a rural residential neighborhood. I don't understand that. It's not a house. Nobody's lived there. And now what was kind of a house is going to be decommissioned. I'm sorry, I'm not against agricultural businesses. I'm not against these people. It's not appropriate for the laws that are on the book, for the zoning that's in the area. And I'd ask you to please seriously consider upholding Mr. Castro's appeal for this. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Alan Kent. Hello, Alan.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for your time and patience tonight.
Sure.
My name's Alan Kent, 4001 North Park Lane in Eagle. I'm about a block and a half or a block away from this proposed 3,100 sellers. I do not support this permit. I am a retired Traffic Bureau commander with 25 years of law enforcement experience. I have investigated hundreds of injury accidents, many that involve drunk driving as a primary collision factor. That many of them have resulted in fatalities in our city. After retirement, I lived in the middle of wine country in Temecula, California, which is in Riverside County, that grew from one winery to 21 within 6 years. I am concerned about the safety of our residential neighborhood and the lack of county and city resources to assure safe operations of this alcoholic beverage serving commercial business. Ada County does not have the manpower or woman power to assure compliance of these required conditions. Most patrons of this winery will choose to leave southbound North Park Lane towards the closest major highway of State Route 44, past 2 schools and 16 driveway exits between Homer Road and Beacon Light Road. Unfortunately, North Park Lane is a descending roadway southbound towards these schools and a church at Floating Feather. This ramp-style design encourages many motorists to accelerate too fast and reckless drive in a 40-mile-per-hour zone. It is not uncommon to witness several local citizens traveling over the speed limit. It is not uncommon to suspect that some drivers exiting this winery after consuming alcoholic beverages will be DUI, drunk driving under the influence, or at least buzzed. And you might have heard that word lately, because a lot of states are trying to campaign the fact that being buzzed can distort somebody's ability to make decisions and think straight. It is not uncommon to observe local neighbors riding and walking their horses on North Park near Deerfield intersection, which is about a block and a half away south of Homer Road. Equestrian training facility on Linder used a bridle trail at the edge of my property to exercise their thoroughbreds and cross North Park Lane onto the other extension of the bridle park. It is not uncommon to see large farm equipment traveling. It is not uncommon to witness.
Wrap it up, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. It is not uncommon to witness drivers excessively driving 20 to 30 miles over the speed limit. Drunk driving kills. And I hope that you take firm notice that if people are making bad decisions after being buzzed, that can cause some of our children in the neighborhood to be hurt tremendously. I have a
Sir, your time's
Thank
up.
you.
I have a report that I wrote in January 8. I too was not notified of any hearings, and I'd like to submit that as part of my testimony. May I give it to the clerk?
Sure, you can.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right. If Kimberly Brown. Hello, Kimberly.
I'm Kimberly Brown. I live at 4847 North Skyline Drive. I'm the little green area right below Dave Castro. I want to second everything he said. He really did represent us well. I crossed off a lot of things, but there are a few. My main concern is for my children and our neighbors. The road there, it's a rural road. It's rural residential. That's what it is. It wasn't made for traffic. And I know even just as it currently is, if there's a bicycle, we have to leave 3 feet of room. And I don't know about the rest of them, but if there's an oncoming car, it's usually we wait for the other one and it's wide enough open that we can, and only one of us pass the bicyclist at a time, or the mom with her stroller or whatever, but there's not really enough room. And if a car's parked there, it's even more dangerous than it already is. I think the reason it's not a big problem right now is because there isn't a whole lot of traffic. And I think our concern is for the increased large activities and amounts of traffic that we put on the roads that we all walk and my girls run, and we go up and down right past this to go to high school, to go to their youth activities, to go to sports activities. We go back and forth probably a minimum of 2 times a day, easily 6 to 8 times on a busy day, depending on their schedules. And I'm concerned about them going and having those extra traffic things, as well as the intoxication possibilities. There was a comment made about, improving the wine scene. Well, we didn't move there to bring our children up in a wine scene. We brought it to be in a nice country, calm atmosphere, and we've been there over a decade, and it scares and concerns us. If there was like sidewalks or curbs or lighting or a wider road, I could see this as, workable. But I think that's why so many of us bring it up. It's not conducive to this kind of thing. This type of growth isn't appropriate here. I think we're okay with the agricultural part, but put the business part in a business area or their Garden City thing. We're okay with agriculture. It's the business and commercial that concerns us, that we'll pay the price for. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Richardson. Hello, Bruce. You know the drill.
I'm Bruce Richardson. I live on Deerfield Court. This is the road parallel to Homer, just south of it. I live on 5 acres. I also have agricultural use of my land. I grow a few steers. I sell some beef. I don't have a commercial slaughterhouse on my property, nor do I have the streets and traffic for beef tasting. That's a commercial use, and I don't think it fits in where we live up there. That's my first point. Second point, we've talked, and there's been different ones, a minimum of 50% of the grapes being in this winery are going to be brought in. There's no anything on these conditional use permits on when can these trucks bring the grapes? What size of trucks can bring in? We've already heard about how small these roads are. So there needs to be some conditional use of importing these grapes. And my last one was they were talking about drunk driving. So I'm not talking about that. I'm just going to quote from the Center on Disease Control, the CDC. This comes out of their website, www.cdc.government/transportation-safety/impaired. 2 5-ounce glasses of wine. That's less than a can of soda. You will result in some loss of judgment, decreased ability to rapidly track a moving target, and reduced multitasking ability. We just heard 2 of the main roads to this winery have schools. The only other way, if you don't go up State Street and those 2 roads, pretty much is Beacon Light. That's heavy bicycle road. Safety becomes another huge issue for where this is located. Thank you.
Thank you. John Seal?
I know the drill.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Jonathan Seal. I live at 2906 North Haven Drive. My property basically does border Homer Road. Contrary to what one individual said, I've lived there for 28 years, and many of the residents up there are long-term residents also. Just a couple of things, because I think most of the stuff I would say is already addressed, so I'll save that. Twin Oaks Farm, which the attorney said was on Valentine, it's on Eagle Road. It's north of Beacon Light, and it's been there for a long time. Red Chair Lavender, they have one event a year, and yes, it is a pain. There is a lot of parking on the street. I know it's illegal, but we bear with it because it's a one-day event, and we can live with that. So having said that, a couple other things I just want to clarify. She mentioned about harvesting the grapes and said 22 to 23 days a week. If you look at their application, there's potential that they could operate 24 hours a day during that period. So again, imagine if they're processing grapes, and I'm not saying they're going to, but the potential that could be 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for that period of time. She also talked to you, Ms. Minder, about the large events, and she used the term Uber. In the last presentation, she said that they would be using buses to bring in the people in for these large events. So there's another concern we talk about is traffic at night with large events. Also in there, she talks about the trucks because they don't get all the grapes from this region. She mentioned 2 pickup trucks, but I don't recall in the past that there was potentially only a couple pickup trucks with trailers. So that begs the question, especially when you've got 3 acres for wine, you've got the potential for an 8,000 square foot wine processing facility. I'm not an expert at this, but that begs the question, it's going to be a lot more traffic than that. So I think these are some of the things to consider and weigh in your evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gene Richardson. Thank you, Jean.
Hi. First of all, I appreciate the opportunity I have to stand up.
I bet you do. I wouldn't mind standing up.
Anyway, I live on Deerfield, which is just south of Homer Road, by where this proposed winery. And I just wanted to say a few things about rights, responsibility, and respect. People have the right to do what they want to do with their properties, to grow grapes, they can, sell them, that's fine. But also, I think responsibility and respect sometimes have to temper rights. My mom used to say, you can do anything you want, you have the right to do anything until it starts to adversely affect somebody else. And I truly believe that. So you've heard a lot of things why this would adversely affect my neighborhood, my house, and the place I live. I've been there for 22 years. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you.
You can still stand, too.
You can still stand if you like.
Stand in the back of the room. You don't have to sit down.
Okay, that concludes the pre-sign-ups. Now we have the people that signed up here.
Here are their chair.
I got a whole page here.
Okay, so I'm just going to state this. It's 9 o'clock, and we want to make sure that we get folks home at a reasonable hour. So you don't have to take up the full 3 minutes. I think we're getting the gist of it. So really, unless you have something new to add to the conversation, you don't have to get up here and spend 3 minutes. But if you want to, we're happy to hear that too. But I do want to respect that people have children at home, they have babysitters, so it's trying to get people home at a decent hour as well.
And we want everyone,
balance
and
that.
we want everyone to have a chance to have their say if
Yeah, sure.
if they're here for that purpose. Okay. Mark Pascuse. Did I say it right? No. Well, you can correct us. Thank you, Mark.
It's okay, it's rarely said correctly. It's Mark Pasculi.
Oh.
My family and I own Rolling Hills Vineyard. We live at 4562 North Burt Place. We live a little less than, probably about a mile from the Minders property. I'm in here in support of 3,100 sellers. And I have a lot of notes, and I only have 3 minutes, and there's been a lot said, so I'm going to throw away the notes and speak from the heart. I love that area as much as anybody in this room. I've probably never been more disheartened as a property owner and as a business owner in that area. If we think that vineyards, tasting rooms, and small wineries are the problem in the Eagle foothills, go look at the Development Services map for Ada County. You can put 40 homes on 10 acres. The Eagle foothills is going to be littered, and I mean littered, with homes. 70,000 acres in Idaho in 15 years out of agriculture. American Farmland Trust says over 26% of that is some of the most valuable farmland in the United States. We should be working together, not against one another. We are not the problem. The problem is coming. Linder Road is going through. The Eagle Foothills AVA is 50,000 acres. You could put 500,000 people in that area. Is that going to happen? Probably not. Is it going to be half? What about the open space? What about the agriculture? This commission and elected officials, appointed officials throughout the state constantly talk about keeping Idaho, Idaho. What are you going to do about it? What about the open space? What about the agriculture? What about property rights? I understand and share every concern in this room, but if you want to shut down the Eagle Foothills and the wine industry, vote against it all, because that's what'll happen. I'm on the Idaho Wine Commission. I look at these issues closely. In the United States, 2% or less of DUIs are from the consumption of wine. There are facts and there's fiction. Are you gonna approve things based on facts or on emotion and fiction? Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Beck?
I'll pass.
Pass. Kimberly Brown?
I already went.
Oh, you did, yeah, right. Ricky Flyman?
Already went.
Oh, boy. And Adrian, you went too, Adrian Hendricks, right? Yes. Bart Brook?
They had a sign at the
Oh, yeah, no, we already spoke, Bart Brook.
Yeah,
Adrian.
okay, well, yeah, Marshall did, Barbara Fair.
4 minutes. I'm just kidding.
No, okay. I'm sorry, Marshall Mender already went. Barbara Fairbanks, you've already gone too, haven't you?
I have not gone.
Okay, Barbara,
I'll be short.
okay.
I'm Barbara Fairbanks, 8602 West High Ridge Lane, and although my husband Keith Hill and I are not directly impacted by 3,100 sellers, we are definitely directly impacted and negatively impacted by the winery that's close to us. And that's why I'm here, because I wanted to support the neighbors. Like others who have spoken, my husband and I have been planning retirement for 3 years now. We bought our property 3 years ago, and we're about a month away from moving in. And we would not have done that had we known what was coming. We do feel like the ghost of wineries passed, because we have experienced everything that has been talked about tonight. I'm not going to quote the code and stuff that's already been quoted, but I did want to say, I understand and I appreciate that commissioners want to respect the property rights of these landowners and say, I don't want to tell them what they can and can't do with their property. And I agree with that, but I just ask that you also consider the rights of the homeowners that want to enjoy their outdoor areas on their property anytime they wish, rather than having to stay inside because there's an event going on. And when people are drinking wine hour after hour, they get loud. And the more people they are, the louder they get. So to me, it's okay, occasionally loud noise and traffic from a neighbor's property, that's no big deal. It's when the instances become regular and frequent occurrences, like these events, that they become adverse effects to adjacent uses, as is in the code. So I trust and hope that you'll support tonight's appeal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay. Brenda Ballantyne, did you already speak? No, you didn't. Okay, Brenda, go ahead.
I'm Brenda Ballantyne. I live at 2831 West Deerfield Court. Some other people here have already talked about living on Deerfield, live right near them. And I don't have a lot to say because it's all been said, but I just want to reiterate that we have no problem with the agriculture, the growing of grapes, the making of wine. It's the commercial part of it that we're concerned about. My in-laws, obviously Ballantyne, you've heard the name, the street's right there. My in-laws had a dairy farm off of Floating Feather before my husband was even born. My daughters are sixth generation Idahoans, and we bought that place 16 years ago because we wanted them to have the rural living, residential rural living. And so please remember that we are all for agriculture. We just don't want the commercial side of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Christensen?
I'm going to pass on talking, but I'm in support of Dave Castro's appeal.
Okay, thank you. Greg Fernie?
Chairman, I think you might be reading from another item that was heard previously.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, before we allow for a rebuttal, I'm going to pose the question, is there anyone out there that wanted to speak that hasn't had a chance to?
I think the back of that page, there's names on it.
Oh, yeah, there, excuse me. Oh, yeah, there's a whole sheet here, excuse me. Okay, Kenneth Herbert.
Kenneth Hebert, 2396 West Buckhorn Court, Eagle. Board of Commissioners, just to clarify, I'm in favor of the appeal and I oppose the cut. We all moved and lived in this area to maintain a rural residential feel. That is what keeps the neighborhood unique and serene. With that said, I would like you to imagine yourself being in a rural neighborhood where each person owns a piece of land. Each person has a house on the land and they call home. They have and are raising families on. Each person has been farming their land and putting crops they want on it. With that said, all the neighbors get along, whether they mind their own business, without being a nuisance to one another. We all moved and live in this area to maintain our rural residential feel. That is what keeps our neighborhood the way it is. Pretty nice, huh? This neighborhood is mine, and a lot of people sitting behind me. If this cut gets approved, this will be a nuisance to our neighborhood. It will bring in outsiders in that care less about speed limits, people's properties, turning around on people's landscapes and driveways. The only thing on their mind is to go to the winery and drink wine. That in return will bring intoxicated driveways to my neighborhood, creating potential hazards. This cut will bring increased traffic, loud noise, ruining the serenity of my neighborhood. The shop at 3100 Sellers sits on a hill, overlooks 90% or so of the homes in my neighborhood. I can see it on the hill from my backyard, and my house is 1,000 feet from Beacon Light. So if you can see the bottom blue there, and all across all those homes, for actually probably the bottom of the page, West Beacon Light, all the way up, and I could see it there across all the homes. That's how high up it sits. Noise from this location and increased traffic will affect everyone in the neighborhood and beyond. If this cut gets approved, it's only going to create a domino effect for others to bring events and commercial occupancy to the neighborhood. There's already one that is going in front of the board tomorrow, and they're pushing for even more events and food trucks. 3100 Sellers is a business owned by someone living outside our neighborhood, not a resident in our neighborhood. With the amount of residents here in person and watching opposed to the CUP and in favor of the appeal tonight, I ask you to uphold your mission statement. We are partners and leaders in our communities. Our decisions are informed by the commitment to protecting the quality of life of every resident of Ada County in a physical, responsible manner. I am kindly asking you for full denial on this CUP and in favor of the appeal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Amy Welch.
You already spoke.
She did. Okay. Belinda Jacobson.
I have nothing to add to what has already been said.
Thank you.
But which position are you taking?
I am opposed to the winery
In favor of the appeal.
commercial business.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not opposed to them growing grapes because we are an agricultural community.
Okay, Jonathan Seal.
Already spoke.
Okay. Anastasia Gizzo.
But if we just have raised hands, is there anyone left who hasn't testified that wants to?
I have one more name on here, Evelyn Gizzo. Apparently not.
Okay, we have one gentleman in the back chair.
Okay,
I'd like to speak. I didn't sign up, but I'd like
Come on up to the
come on,
microphone.
come on up. You got 3 minutes. You know the drill. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Ashley Gowell. I live at 405 East Highland View Drive here in Boise. I wanted to rise and speak against the appeal and for the Menders. As I sat there, I didn't intend to speak, but I sat there. It seems like the characterization of the winery and what the business actually happens there has been demonized and created into trucks and grapes coming from all over the world. I think the nature of it is much smaller, and Lee described well that it was 5 trucks, pickup trucks last year with a couple of flatbeds, and I don't think there's room to grow where we have beepers and backup beepers and semi-trucks and that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to rise, I didn't have to comment on, I think that the nature of the business has been demonized, and the gentleman that owns Talaya probably put it more in perspective. This is a very small winery, and everybody in here is in favor of the winery, especially this small winery. So I think that the commission could take that into advice and approve the winery. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm going to, do you have some, did you want to speak? Okay. If you can state your name for the record and your address. And you know the drill.
I'll keep it under 3. Eric Needham, I own property on Homer Road, 5300 is the address. And just wanted to bring up a couple things that have been brought, and I appreciate all the neighbors' concerns over noise and the lights and all those things, and I think that all has to be taken into consideration. However, the hard part about winery is, and I would love to do grapes as well, and I love the agriculture, but you really can't do it, it's not sustainable without doing a micro winery. Another part that, the viticulture helps is, for example, the sagebrush. I had to dispose of a bunch of sagebrush, and it's so flammable, and it's just so dangerous. But grapes is a great way to preserve the open concept of it. And I certainly understand all the concerns, but with able to address those with keeping it, having a small micro winery is a way to make it sustainable, because really you can't without that. It is tough. So I'm hopeful that we can come to some compromises and not have to worry about the light noise, the noise itself, and some of the other concerns to make this a viable option for our community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I assume there's no one else that wishes to speak. So we'll allow Mr. Castro, if you'd like to take 5 minutes and do any rebuttal that you have. Thank you.
Thank you again, Commissioners, for the opportunity to provide context and state our objections to this permit tonight. I know it's been a long night, and I'll try to keep this brief. But first, allow me to correct a few misrepresentations and set the record straight. Ms. Minder claimed that the Planning and Zoning Commission altered conditions of approval to address our concerns. That's really untrue. They really offered minimal conditions to address our concerns. They did not limit their business hours at all. In fact, they offered more than what the application initially suggested they needed and what is standard in the industry. I also wanted to comment on the wine club pickup. Wine club pickup is not an event. An event involves entertainment and congregation of people for extended hours, creating noise and other problems. We have no problem with people that want to drive up there and pick up a case of wine and leave. It's the party atmosphere or tasting, selling of alcoholic beverages and whatnot that we're opposed to. Ms. Benders also stated in her own words several times that they do not wish to have events and that smaller scale tastings are more successful. So my question is, why then is she so adamant at insisting on having these both smaller and larger events? Also wanted to clarify something that Mr. Letson pointed out as far as the property proximities. There are actually 14 properties within 1,000 feet of this facility, and as has been mentioned tonight, the noise carries much further than 1,000 feet up in the foothills. I mean, we can hear noise from, half a mile away. Finally, you heard some rather absurd allegations that our intentions are misguided and not based in fact or law, despite the fact that I presented all of the code violations and supported them with fact. I think earlier one of the documents that I wanted to have shown was actually the wrong one. I think it's not that one. I want the one before that one. Yeah, that one. Is there any way to blow that up? We've outlined several issues tonight with this permit, most notably that these wineries do not meet social hall and recreational designation as suggested by planning and zoning. They are no more recreational than any other commercial operation, including bars, restaurants, and other venues selling and serving alcohol and providing entertainment. The county zoning requirements were established to protect and preserve residents' rights living in residential districts without the encroachment and impacts of commercial businesses. You've heard testimony tonight and in our written appeal from experts outlining the hazards of these wineries and DUI on narrow county roads, as well as the implications to neighboring property values and problems with nearby residents. The neighbors and residents of this district community have no problem with the agricultural operation of growing grapes and processing those grapes into wine. We do, however, take issue with the social hall designation and the allowance of noisy and disruptive events in quiet residential neighborhoods, along with potentially allowing further commercialized processing of wine from other vintners on the property. If you set this precedent, there are already several other applications for similar event centers already in process, and other wineries are watching what happens tonight and preparing their own applications. We did not move here to be subjected to the dangers of DUI and this carnival atmosphere, and this is an infringement on our property rights as citizens who have abided by the code restrictions in building our homes and expect the same from every other landowner in the area without special concessions for commercial operations. 3100 Cellars already has facilities to process wine and provide for tastings in a district zoned for such in Garden City, along with several other wineries in that vicinity. This allows for wine enthusiasts to sample wines from many vintners within walking distance of one another and encourages them to use other transportation options that discourage driving while impaired. You still receive their tax revenue from this operation where it currently resides. Your mission statement from the Commission website states, "Our decisions are informed by a commitment to protecting the quality of life of every resident of Ada County in a fiscally responsive manner." You have an opportunity tonight to show that you are dedicated to protecting over 200 Ada County residents' quality of life. You have an opportunity to correct what amounts to government action without foundation, infringing on the rights and civil liberties of residents in this area. You have an opportunity tonight to mitigate the damages potentially resulting from this permit so that it doesn't reach the already burdened court system. Please do not destroy what we value over what amounts to a small amount of tax revenue and an additional strain on county services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? If not.
Okay, unless there's further comment, I'm going to close.
Mr. Chair, before we close the public hearing, we'll need to add an exhibit. There was a document that was given to Leon, and we'll need to add that into the record.
Okay.
Chairman, Commissioners, both that exhibit and the presentations
And
will
the
be added as exhibits.
And the
What numbers?
PowerPoint presentation
Yep.
will be added as exhibits as part of the public hearing.
Give us those numbers in just a second.
Yeah, 1 second here, sorry about that. Let's see things open on this. We navigate the labyrinth of our file folder system here.
It's okay, we can start with our deliberations. I think we can go ahead and close the public hearing and add that document, exhibit numbers.
You
Okay.
can add those numbers.
Well, he looks for it. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. All right, well then I will close the public hearing on application number 202-102-022A, Mr. David Castro. And it is now in the hands of the commission. And I want to say at the outset that one of the items or one of the areas that I've tried to adhere to as a commissioner is that we can disagree without being disagreeable. And I think we've had mostly a respectful evening, and I appreciate that fact. So with that, what's the pleasure of the board?
Well, I'll kick off deliberations. This is where you guys get to listen to us talk it through. See if we've been listening or not. So this is, I just want to say I really appreciate everybody's input and testimony here tonight. And, we're trying to do the best that we can between balancing the rights of property owners and then the rights to, to have a peaceful and quiet rural neighborhood as well. And so I'm going to just kind of go through, if you don't mind, commissioners, all the points that I think we need to either come up with a condition of approval or maybe get some additional information on. So here I go. And also, I want everyone to know that we are in the process of updating our code. It's about 30 years old, and we've decided to do a viticulture overlay and try to get consistent with all of the vintners, all the wineries that are coming on, because we know that this is going to be an ongoing issue, and we want to make sure that we're consistent and we're fair with everyone. And so stay tuned for that code, and hopefully we'll be able to have some more better frameworks put into place in the near future. So I think, we all want to see agriculture preservation here, and what I heard tonight, I think loud and clear, is that no one really has an issue with growing the grapes, with small production of the grapes in a boutique sort of environment, and with a small wine tasting room. It seems to me that the issue, and there's some things around that we need to work through, the lighting and trucks, times that trucks can come in, things like that. So we'll go through that. But what I think I heard loud and clear is that all of a sudden this social hall event center kind of came in at the end of all of this. And when y'all thought that this was going to be, a small wine tasting room in a production vineyard. And so what I'm going to recommend is for now that we're going to have to table this to work through all of these, but I think that we can go ahead and approve the winery, but I do think there needs to be a residential living space. And I think we need to work with CDH, Central District Health, to figure out why they recommended what they recommended, because in my mind, all these others are secondary uses, and secondary uses don't apply unless you have the primary use, which is residential. So there's going to have to be some residential on there, whether that's the family or that staff that work there, that doesn't matter, but it has to be primary residential, or the rest of it doesn't make any sense. So again, I think we need to check with CDH to see what the requirements of decommissioning the living space was and kind of work through that. I think the production, because it is just 2 months out of the year, I think that we can really mitigate the noise and whatnot. I think we can look at motion lights, so the lights in the evening only go on if a truck or whatnot is there. I think we can look at limiting the size of the trucks. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but they're not going to be large semi-trucks. So I think we need more information on what's a reasonable size truck to limit that size to the type of road that's there. And we've heard plenty of testimony here tonight saying that this is it's like a rural road. I get it. I have property out in that area, so I understand what kind of road it is. So we want to make sure that access, ingress, and egress is appropriate. Also, I think that we need to make sure that production hours, even though it's limited to a couple of months, that it doesn't go beyond, I think 10 o'clock at night would probably be reasonable. It can start at maybe 7 in the morning and go till 10 at night. And again, I think 8 is what we're hearing. 8 to 10, I'm good with that. And then I think that the parking spaces, we'll get to the parking spaces a little bit later. Let's address the wine tasting. The wine tasting, again, needs to be by appointment only. And I think that, what was the original, or what was P&Z's recommendation, 20 people 5 times a week?
Chairman, Commissioner Kenyon, it was, in the detailed letter, it was 12 to 5 for tastings, as requested by the applicant. That was expanded to 8 to 8 by the
Yeah, I want to go back to 12 to 5.
Okay. And then I don't think there was a limitation on the number of people at a tasting.
Okay.
So-
I'd like to put a number on that. I think 12 to 5 is fine for wine tasting in a rural community residential area. And I think probably no more than, help me out here, 10 to 20, 5 days a week, people.
That'd be fine with me.
Let's start out with 10, and they can come back in a year's review, and let's see where things are at. No more than 10 people a day, 5 days a week, by appointment only. No food trucks, no commercial restaurant. I think only the events that occur, the large event is the wine tasting pickup events. And I totally get it, that that's a time for people to engage, and they appreciate the aesthetics and the ambiance of being in the vineyard. I mean, that's really kind of what it's all about. It's not the same wine tasting in Garden City. People want to see where the grapes are grown and the wine that they're drinking, and that's a really important component, I think, to the experience and to the brand and the business. And so what I'd like to do is we work with, we worked really well with Central District Health during COVID, where people had the opportunity to have like 200 at a gathering, but we had to limit it because of COVID. So I'm thinking we can kind of do the same thing here, that we can limit it to no more than 50 people on the property at a time for no more than, I would say like probably 3 hours would get them through a tour, whether they were doing a nice light dinner or snacks with the wine pairings, that sort of thing. So I'd like to put that in there. I think somebody mentioned laser lights, if they've got lasers. I don't think we want lasers out there. And I'm not sure what that is.
Ma'am.
What's that?
Bird mitigation.
Okay.
It scares the birds away, which is fine. We just asked them sometime back to move it over away from our driveway.
Okay, so we'll have the lasers moved away from any neighbors that can see those. I think we have Firewise landscaping already in there because they are in the foothills. And what else do I have? Consistent, commercial, any limits? And it looks like it's their case production is only right around 1,000, so that is really a small boutique winery. So as my fellow commissioners go through your notes, I'll go back through mine and see if I missed anything, but that's kind of where I'm going with this.
Well, I want to congratulate you, Commissioner. You took up most of my notes.
Good. Nobody wants us to repeat ourselves.
But there is one that we need to actually clarify, and that will require us to go into executive session, which we'll not do now, because we can't accept legal advice in an open session like this, and that is the code violations. I'd like our lawyers to go through a detailed analysis of what's been alleged on the code violations, and to make a determination in that regard. I think we should add that to the tabling motion.
Okay.
And because we do need to find out if there's code violations, and if there are code violations, we need to address those.
And Mr. Chair, just going back to the events, I think the two pickup events are fine a year, but I want to limit it to that right now and not have any other events, at least for the time being, until they can establish that they can meet all these requirements. Because this isn't an area, and I think this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with, and planning and zoning is going to have to deal with, is all of these so-called farms, agriculture properties, now all want to do events, and they want to do retail. And that brings people, and that changes the whole complexion of
It does, and
residential.
I think one of the people that testified here tonight was he raises cattle. He doesn't have a slaughter yard there at his cattle ranch. And you can say the same thing with the pig farm. You know, you can grow pigs, but you don't want to.
Here he goes, back with the pig farm. The other thing I would say.
Chairman, Commissioner Kenyon, could I have you specify that lot? So you're saying only 2 pickup events, none of the promotional events?
No weekly, monthly
No
events.
promotional events?
No, not for now.
Okay.
It's not a social hall. No, this is an event center. We want to establish a boutique winery with limited wine tasting that's controlled in a production facility. And I think that, so the parking should not be an issue. I think Commissioner Davidson had issues with parking spaces, but I think we're limiting that event activity. And then I think they come back. I like the idea that planning and zoning said come back in a year, let's review, let's have the neighbors come back, let's see where they're at, and we can go from there. I think this is a really good place to start.
Okay, any other discussion, Commissioner?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that there are so many specifics and variables to, all these conditions that, I don't know if it should be in our hands at this moment because we're dealing with such specifics. I mean, how many lights, how bright should they be? And I almost feel like we should remand this back to the neighborhood meeting part of the process, because, you know, based on the testimony I heard, and this is kind of becoming a familiar story, but the vision that's presented to the neighbors morphs or becomes something else after the neighborhood meeting. And so my suggestion would be that we send this back to the neighborhood meetings part of this process with the instruction to both sides to come together and negotiate in good faith, you know, possibly using the framework that we've talked about here, you know, some of the concerns that have come up, and see if you can, to the best of your abilities, come to an agreement and specifics on any of this myriad of issues and complaints that you guys are going to have, and come back to us with a list of conditions that you've all agreed with, so that that will prevent us from making decisions that we think you would support, and then once we pass it, you're going to complain about it because it wasn't the specific remedy you were wanting. So I think we're kind of on the road to coming to some agreements here, but I feel like that should be passed back to the neighbors to deal with the winery as neighbors and see if you can come to any conclusions.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think we can do both. I think we can do both. I think you can't really remand it back to them. That's not
Make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think one of the things you wanted staff to talk to Central District Health about the residential part. So that's going to give some new information. So my suggestion would be tonight is you really should say the public hearing is going to be reopened, because you're going to take in some new information on the.
Can you speak into the microphone so we can hear?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Nobody likes to talk in a microphone.
Right.
So I would recommend reopen the public hearing now, because you want some additional information on the residential issue with Central District Health. Commissioner Davidson makes a good point. I think you could table this for a month or 2 weeks. I don't know what and have the neighbors see if they can come to some, because I see what you want to do. You want to have a winery there, but not some of these, the social hall things.
Not an event
what's
center,
troubling
right.
thing. See if they can, some agreement, and have them come back in front of you and see if we can have an agreement where everybody is happy.
Well, you know, even if there's 100 disagreements, if the neighbors could resolve 75 of them before they come back to us, I think that would make life easier for everybody.
And I would agree with that. I think if we table it for 30 days, would that be sufficient, you think?
That'll give everybody enough time.
May I offer a comment? We attempted mediation already.
Why don't you come back up to the mic?
We've closed the
Oh, I
public
guess we've
hearing.
closed the hearing.
Yeah.
So how do,
Sorry, no, you closed the public hearing.
Close the public hearing, and
We need to make the decision.
we need to make a decision, and
So it sounds like they've had mediation, and it doesn't look like, from what I just saw, that they're willing to do that again. That's right, they don't want to do that again. So we're not going to go back to having them have another meeting. We're going to move forward. We're going to go ahead and make a motion that we're going to table this, because I think we need to keep it open for additional information from Central District Health on the residential
so we'll need to
aspect
open the
of it.
public hearing again if we get additional information. Is that
That's what
correct?
my point was, that if you get some additional information, the neighbors and the winery people and the neighbors are all entitled to provide comment on whatever you get from Central District Health, because that's new information.
Okay, so we're going to reopen the public hearing
Just for that limited purpose.
for a limited purpose, two things: Central District Health information, and then I also want to have staff figure out how we determine appropriate truck size for the type of ingress and egress that's available. So those two things,
Well, we also need to determine code violations.
and code violations, any potential code violations. Okay.
So, Chairman, Commissioners, just to confirm, we're looking at trucks, code violations, and Central District Health. What about all the other things that were identified? Is that something that you want staff to draft potential
Yes.
conditions for?
Yes.
Okay.
With all the things that I mentioned, did you have any problem with the things that I mentioned?
I didn't have any problem with the things you mentioned, no.
Okay, yeah, I think a draft, and then we'll all come back here, we'll table it, and we'll all come back here, and we'll go through the draft, and we'll go through the new information that's going to be presented to us with those 3 items. And so what's a good time for tabling?
Is that, we need to open the public hearing again?
That's why I would say you, although you close it, I think you can reopen it for those limited purposes. Table it to a date and time certain.
Okay, and when would that date be?
Chairman, I believe May 11th is probably the closest to 30 days, Chief.
Okay, that should give everybody enough time.
May 11th?
Okay.
And for the specific purpose, we'll open the public hearing again for the specific purpose. Axe, would you care to articulate the purposes? Or Leon?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, what I'm hearing is to have staff craft conditions along the lines of what Commissioner Kenyon suggested and that the other commissioners were in support of. Specifically, discussing with Central District Health the decommissioning of the home and why that needs to happen or how that happens. Looking at truck sizes and maybe some potential limitations there. Sounds like we're limiting to 2 pickup events.
You know, you can't be disturbing our clerk right now, miss. You'll have to sit down.
The applicant's unavailable on May 11th. I was just trying to help with the calendar.
Oh, okay, May 11th, okay.
Is that appropriate? There's been a lot
Well-
of shouting by other people. I was writing.
Well, we can make, if you're not available on the 11th,
Yeah, I think June 12th is our next.
June 8th.
June 8th, thank you, sorry. Yeah, June 8th.
you're probably lucky. We have a couple of cell towers on the 11th of May.
Be here till midnight.
Obviously, we'll have pretty busy agendas, commissioners, just to
Right.
let you know,
Okay,
but.
so did you reopen the public hearing? I'll make the motion.
Do you want me to finish? I can restate
Yeah,
what I
go
heard.
ahead, restate it, and we'll table it to a new date then.
Sorry, you want me to continue reviewing what I?
Yes, we are reopening the public hearing on the application 202-102-022A for June
June 8th.
8th.
Mr. Chairman, I did want to check with your clerk to make sure that is the correct public hearing date.
We can check with, yep, is that, we'll find out that in a minute.
And then when I make the motion to table, I'll ask you to go ahead and reiterate what you just heard.
Okay.
And then if you don't get it right, we'll let you know.
Sounds good.
So we will then open the public hearing as articulated for the specific purposes to be described in your motion.
Yeah, we're still waiting to make sure that that June 8th date works.
Mr. Chair, when we come up with this new list of proposed conditions, if members of the public disagree with them, how do they get to speak their mind on that?
The way our lawyer just told us is when we open the public hearing, we can open it for discussion of those purposes only as being articulated.
Yep. Okay, what's the date? June 1st?
So, Commissioners, I will say that I think the hearing schedule published on our website says June 8th. So I don't know if we want to figure that out, because I know that we have had some items going out for June 8th. So I think there was a conversation about this when we were setting the schedule earlier in the year, and that was the date that was.
And the commissioners are not available on that June 8th.
For a conference.
All right.
So
Reschedule.
we'll have to reschedule, so June 1st. Okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Now that we've reopened the public hearing for minimal purposes here, I'm going to make a motion that we table 202102022-A, Castro David, to June 1st, and keep it open for specific items as requested by the commission, and that is items for, just to make sure there are no code violations, and to have a conversation with Central District Health to understand better what the decommissioning looks like, because this board wants a residence on that property. This board doesn't feel like there's secondary uses without a residence. And then the third is to somehow find out what an appropriate size of a truck would be for the type of rural roads, ingress and egress. And then also I'm going to have Leon read into the record everything that he heard, or the conditions of approval.
Yes, Chairman, Commissioners, direction was given to staff to look at conditions that would limit the use to 2 pickup events, no promotional events, to explore the laser lights associated with birds and how those might better fit on the property, to look at motion lights for the use itself, to look at limiting production hours, potentially stopping those at 8 PM, I believe is
8
what.
8 to 10 for 2 months. That,
Oh,
that
8 to 10, 8 AM to 10
8
PM.
a.m. to 10 p.m. for those production months, which are typically only about two months.
So a limitation of production months and hours. Wine tasting will be limited to 12 to 5 PM, no more than 10 people per day, and by appointment. No food trucks allowed on site.
5 days a week.
5 days a week, thank you. No commercial kitchen allowed on site, and it sounds like the two pickup events that you're saying may work would have to be limited to 3 hours.
Yeah, well, you could check with Central District Health, and I think we can probably get up to that 100-person mark by having those split for 50 people twice a day or over a 2-day period or something, but I think we can definitely work with CDH on that.
Okay.
1-year review?
Yes, that is an existing condition. Do you want to, so I'm assuming
yep.
all other existing conditions would stay or be modified per the guidance you provided staff?
Does the record remain open so that the public can still weigh in on the proposed changes?
Weigh in on the additional information that we get.
When we get the additional
Yeah.
information back on those 3 items, yeah. So I think also, one of the things that I would like to explore, and I don't know that we really have a way of doing this, maybe you can help out, but the sound, is there some kind of a sound barrier that we could explore and come back with this meeting on some potential sound barriers on the outdoor tasting room? Because it does set up high, and most of the noise probably goes towards Homer and down the valley there. So if we can work with some kind of design elements or something, I think we can mitigate that as well. Okay, do you have anything else?
I believe, I think well, as long as the board agrees with what I restated, I think I'm done.
Okay, if you could restate it, and then I'll ask for a second.
He just
I'm
restated it.
happy to restate it.
Oh, he just did. I'm good
Okay,
with that, yeah.
okay, then we need a second.
Did that include lighting too?
Yes, there was a discussion about motion lighting. I do want to specify that we're not accepting any testimony between this period and the public hearing. We're only accepting testimony at the hearing. Is that
Yes.
correct?
And only on those specific areas that we reopen the public hearing for. Those,
Okay.
the code violations and the Central District Health and what was the other one?
The trucks.
Trucks, yeah. Those.
And then I
those are-
guess obviously discussion of the conditions you've asked staff to draft. That would be something that both parties would, okay, I just want to make sure that's still subject to.
Okay.
Public
The
hearing.
lights and the sound barrier and the
Yeah.
noise and et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, do we have a second on the
I think we're
motion?
good.
We do have exhibit numbers for you. Those 4 items would be 21 through 24, just to let you know. The 3 presentations and the additional written testimony received by staff.
Okay,
Got it.
Chair, I'll second that.
okay. All right, you heard the motion. Moved and seconded, kind of complicated, but still. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We'll see y'all back here soon then, and hopefully we can get this right.
Come on, well, anyway.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you for your patience and for your,
I guess we're all gonna be back here tomorrow.
we're in adjournment.
I win, because I said 10 o'clock to my wife.
When you're accepting verbal shouting from the gallery,
Thank you.
don't get the applicant in rebuttal, you're setting it up for a sure failure.